for keyboard. I'm not 100% sure how long each segment goes, but apparently they're about 10 to 15 minutes long each.
Yeah, and these runners in particular, I don't think either of them have ever run this category before. So, and I think that's the case for a lot of these runners. So they're kind of giving it a try today. I hope they like it.
Yeah. And I think this is the perfect kind of day to do it. We've got kind of a day celebrating the community and kind of like bringing awareness to some of these runners. So it's a good place for people, even if they're just kind of learning this kind of stuff, to showcase what they can do. Um, and then also for some of these players who haven't done the category much, I'm pretty sure the start of this run is mostly similar to the other categories. There's only so many paths you can take off the beginning.
Yeah, although there are some deviations early on because, of course, this is 106. They're getting everything, at least everything that exists in this patch. So that means Fury of the Fallen right here. Um, yeah, which is gonna speed up the early game bosses a bit compared to what you saw in the 80% NMG race earlier.
Mm-hmm. I'm not too familiar with 106, so I'll probably be asking you questions about the route that maybe you can illuminate for us and for the people in chat who don't know too much about the route. I've done a little bit of 112, but I know there's some similarities, but of course, with 6 extra percent, it's going to be a little bit different. So we see our runners picking up Fury here, save quitting. This should bring them right back out to the King's Pass door. And then they'll make their way again through Dertmouth.
And there's a cute little trick there, pausing to gain control. You saw Slorent did it a lot earlier than Syrah, I think. Syrah, oh my god, he's talking to Elderbug. Okay, you love to see that.
I respect it. I respect it. Oh, and so is Tira. Okay, so maybe
Did
both
they have a
teams being
pact going
honorable.
on?
They
Yeah.
they might have. I was thinking, damn, like Slorent really putting his team behind off just that like one decision. But I think that's cute if they're both doing it.
Yeah, and another deviation you saw there. They're both getting these Geo Rocks right after the well. They're gonna need to buy Forgotten Crossroads Stag on their way through, so they need a little bit of extra Geo compared to what they'll get from just the Aspid Arena.
Mm-hmm. So they should get everything else that they need from this arena. Should put them just over that 50 mark, and then they'll make their way over to that stag. Ooh, just about on the double spike from Sierra.
I'm seeing a lot of save Nailsmiths in chat.
Discussing that for later on. That's going to be interesting. Oh no, we're starting a poll. I'm guessing that's for Neil Smith. Let's see. Oh, which input device is better? See, I'm kind of in between on this. I play on controller, but my controller's coded as a keyboard. So I don't know if I can really stand for either group.
That technically counts as controller, I think. I'm gonna claim you.
All right. Yeah. It I get all of the disadvantages of playing on keyboard, like not being able to do the easy fireball skips with none of the benefits.
I really like this strat here from Slorent of using the big husk guard to hit you to get you fury, but also to break the wall that goes to glowing womb, because the runners are going to need to go back to glowing womb later on. Well, not these runners, but their friends in the relay are.
It was interesting seeing Slurrent go down to 1 HP and kind of proc that fury. and then heal one, and then walk all the way through, and then take another point of damage. But I guess he just didn't want to potentially die making it through some of these husks here.
Yeah, the Fury fight can be a little difficult to get perfectly. I wonder if either of these runners will Oh look, Soren looks like he's been practicing the damage cycle here. And Sierra too. Nice.
Yeah, this looks clean from both of them. It's really interesting. I remember like some of my first casual playthroughs. Like it took me like 5 to 10 tries on this boss, and just seeing how like with Fury you can just stand there and slash, kind of hurts a little.
Yeah,
But,
the small increase in damage really matters a lot when it's the only increase in damage you have available at this point.
both runners making it through very clean. I'm going to be going and picking up Vengeful Spirit, making it through Ancestral Mound.
And one thing that's really cool about 100% speedruns is that because they have to get everything, you'll see a lot of like cute uses of different charms and abilities that maybe you wouldn't have in shorter categories. Like they're gonna have to pick up Soul Catcher here, so they might as well equip it, and then the extra soul, you know, it's really nice to have.
Is the strat for 106 usually over charming the two? I'm not 100% sure whether they'll do that in this race, but do they
Yeah,
generally overcharm
usually
here?
they might not, because you really don't
Yeah,
want to
it's
die in
risky.
Green Path, but
Yeah,
that would be the usual strat.
gotcha. Yeah, Green Path is a split that like I think is actually pretty hard, or Mothwing Cloak, pretty hard without movement with some of those fireball skips, and some of the things you can take damage to. So going through that whole split overcharmed is a little bit dicey, especially in a
Yeah,
race.
and overcharmed means using more charms than you have slots available for, and what it does is it doubles the damage that you take from everything. So that's what we're talking about.
So instead of having the 5 masks of health, you effectively have 3. Um, looks like Sloren's thinking about overcharming here. Oh, just setting up overcharm for later. So one thing about that kind of like charm UI is once you can overcharm by kind of like just pushing the charm into the slot over and over again. But once you've overcharmed once, the game kind of assumes you know about it, and you just kind of you're able to put a charm on once without having to like repetitively push it into the slot. So just getting that through right now.
It's a neat little feature because I think a lot of people don't even discover it on their first playthrough. But if you're really curious, you will find out about it, and then it's just kind of. I mean, Hollow Knight is full of this kind of stuff where you could easily miss it, but once you see it, it feels really, really good to know that you figured it out.
And then also just the charm system and allowing yourself to overcharm just leads to so many different cool playstyles. I thought that was a really cool thing that they did with overcharming.
Yeah, so many different combos, like the Shape of Moon and Spore Shroom, and you just become like this little poisonous snail, just like farting clouds everywhere.
Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate that like in the speedrun kind of portions of this game you tend to only see some of the like the fastest charms, right? Like the Shaman Stones and sometimes like Spell Twister, Unbreakable Strength. But there are a lot of like really cool charm combinations that can be useful.
Yeah, that's true. We might see a little bit of Dash Master maybe from some of the more experienced runners. That'd be cool to see.
So yeah, there's some pretty tough fireball skips in this this split. Sierra's getting it first try, and Slorent missed it, so he's got to set up this Vengefly Pogo. And it's not going too well. Or not Vengefly, Squid. Another fireball skip on Sierra's screen here. Gets it. I think that was second try.
Yeah, that's
So
a really nice.
controller off to an early lead.
Yeah, that's a really nice time save for controller game early on. So that's like I think, I don't know, like 20 seconds if you fail that fireball skip on Sloran's side. So, I mean, the first one. Oh, but
Ooh, getting that backup
nice.
pogo.
Yeah, I like that strat.
So not super far behind. Definitely over the course of like a 3-hour race, there's going to be a lot of time for things to be made up, which is exciting. It's cool to not know how the race is going to go until closer to the end. But
Oh yeah, definitely.
Quick lead.
Yeah, some matchups could be, a more experienced player versus a less experienced player, and then suddenly, even a big time gap like multiple minutes could just disappear. Especially on stuff like Colosseum, White Palace, maybe some of the harder bosses as well.
Yeah, and although we're getting everything and we will be pretty powerful, there is still like a lot of very hard portions of this run to do fast. So there are definitely places where people can make up time. So you're taking some damage in the Hornet fight here. Down to 1 HP. A little bit scary. Should be okay. A little bit tense here. Okay, we gotta heal in. It'll be okay.
Okay, nice job. Sloran actually got some heals in earlier as well. So he was on 5 HP coming into here. I think nobody wants to be the first person to die in this race. Understandably.
Yeah. All right, they're both through the fight, which is good. We're going to be saving quitting back to Ancestral Mound Bench, and then maybe going to Mantis Claw. I believe this first segment goes all the way to Quirrell Bench. I think once we get Claw, we make our way into City the intended way using City Crest. And then I believe that's around when the first segment will be ending.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite unique to the 100% categories, because most categories just shade skip to Blue Lake, or I think some do like early Deep Nest and use the tram to get to City, but for 100% it works out to go the intended path, which is, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, I like from speedrunning and doing streams myself, it's cool to have people come and be able to watch any percent and feel like they're not really getting spoiled for a lot of the game, just because you don't get to see that much. Which is why it's so nice that we get to showcase a speedrun like 106 for a community thing like this, because you really get to see the whole game.
Alright, so there are some like extra things to pick up in Fungal as well, like this Charm Notch that they're both getting, and there's some grubs as well, and some relics as well after Mantis Claw.
Slorent getting Fury glitch here. Because he was on 1 health at the end of that Shroom Ogre fight, and he has Fury of the Fallen on. When you pick up a Charm Notch, it fills you to full health, but because of the way the game's coded, it doesn't check properly whether Fury should be active or not. So Slorent's going to have Fury active, I believe, until he gets hit. Doesn't usually end up meaning too much, but it is kind of cool to see your character have Fury active at full health.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a little bit more detrimental than it is helpful. Because if you still have it up when you're doing the mantis pogo to claw, then those mantises become two shots, which can like prevent you from getting a good backup.
Mm. Close on these explosion pogos from Tira. Sloren's gonna not necessarily make it ahead. It's 12:29 going into that room. Okay, Tira's gonna be a little bit behind now.
There she
Ooh,
goes. That was a good one.
yeah. Tira makes their way in, and Slorent did Mantis Pogo at the same time. Did have to Pogo the Mantis twice with Fury Glitch. Um, so it looked a little bit dicey, but just made it.
Sira as well with another clean mantis pogo. Uh, oh, here Starent is losing the fury glitch from taking damage.
Yeah. I wonder how long you'd have to keep that glitch on for it to make any difference time wise.
Literally all the way to Soul Master, I think.
Yeah, and I'm just imagining trying to go through Soul Sanctum quickly. I feel like that would be not a fun time.
Yeah, Soul Sanctum in this category is kind of uh infamous, I guess is the word. Um, People don't like it very much because uh you don't have the Shade Soul that they have in all skills. You don't even have a Shaman Stone, and you're just kind of at the mercy of all these teleporting enemies that teleport inside of you, try to hit you. You have a limited soul for healing. It's just awful. Everybody hates it.
Yeah. It's kind of a speedrunner's worst nightmare because the way you don't get hit is just to and see where they teleport. So it's almost like a Schrodinger's cat kind of situation where like they could be in front of you when you dash and they could not be in front of you when you dash. And I feel like most of the time we just kind of decide to dash and pray.
Oh no, Sierra unfortunately losing a bit of health to these. Uh, I don't know what they're called.
I
They're
don't
little
either.
the little balloon guys. Um, that's kind of an annoying section when you're like stuck in between the two layers of mushrooms just bouncing around. I hate the physics on the mushrooms. They're called funglings, apparently. Thank you, chat. You're
Chat
very
coming in clutch.
brushed up on your lore.
I mean, we also got oobles and uwoos, so
Yeah, maybe not best to trust chat with that one.
oh boy, it's here on 1 health. Oh, just makes that jump. That was a little bit scary. And does take that heal.
Alright, is this the
So,
first segment done for Sloran?
yep, that is the first segment done. So it's 15:05 for Slorent. With Sierra entering city slightly after. It's going to be pretty close though, for our first segment. All right, then 15:29 for Sierra. So controller being behind by about 25 seconds. Definitely not insurmountable by any means. We'll be getting our next runners in here shortly.
Yeah, the next section coming up is Soul Sanctum, so that's going to be the, I guess well, not the decider, but it's going to be a lot more decisive than this segment, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely one of the tougher sections. I feel like the early game for these 100% kind of categories um, is pretty tough just because you don't have like the large amount of damage just to blow things through. Um, So this is definitely a split that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Looks like our next runners are TK3 and Serpent. Should be good.
I think Serpin has some 106 experience actually.
Hmm. Yeah, having some experience for this split might help. I imagine this split is pretty close to like all skills for dive. Am I crazy?
Yeah, kind of.
Sorry, just Sanctum itself.
Yeah, in some of the movement, I guess, but the thing is like in all skills you skip the worst room, and you also have Shade Soul for Soul Master and the Soul Warrior fight, so it's very different. I mean, it's some experience, it'll help, but yeah.
All right, good backup there from TK.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing the first of our Lem trips for this run. We're gonna be seeing this guy quite a few different times, but we just have a couple relics to drop off here, get some geo before we head on up.
Yeah, Lemma's a total bro for this run, because you need to buy a lot of stuff. You need fully upgraded nail, you need to buy the vessel shard from, in Ancient Basin, you need buy out all the shops with all the charms and everything. It's you absolutely couldn't do it without him. But he does waffle on a little bit. We'd really like to have the sell option that they have in randos. That'd be nice.
For sure. We're really trading the our thumb health for geo. Or I guess if you're playing on keyboard, you can finger. Just mash through that.
Oh, TK3, where are you going?
Getting the bench maybe?
Getting the bench. Yeah, this is a pretty good idea if you're less experienced at this segment. Because this is going to save you from, if you take a death somewhere in Sanctum, you'll just respawn here.
Serpent getting absolutely bullied by the Soul Twisters as we're talking about it. But good amount of health, good amount of soul. Pretty good spot. Oh yeah, you don't get to lever skip this room, so yeah, that's a lot worse than all skills.
Yeah, that's the worst one. And you'll also see Spell Twister here. They're actually going to equip that after they're done in Sanctum. It's a pretty nice charm to have. You'd prefer to have Shaman Stone, but Spell Twister is nice. Oh, do you see that gate storage from TK3? He gate storage the wrong way and into enemies. That's unfortunate.
Oh, I did not catch that. No. Getting the Soul Master fight started here. Definitely not that much damage yet, just with Fireball and Zero. But with some well-placed Fireballs, you can get Fireballs to hit multiple times right before he teleports and then as he kind of reappears. So you can kind of get some good damage on Soul Master that way.
Yeah, it's quite a bit slower than the old skills fight, and so there's a bit more RNG as well, but it's not too bad. I think Serpent maybe choose to heal at some point though, because Yeah, 1 health now.
TK not healing here. I wonder if this played into the decision to go for that bench. He wanted to do Soulmaster Fury. I mean, if this works, you'll make up a ton of time.
Oh yeah, definitely, but I mean,
It's a little
it
bit
doesn't
scary.
work.
I mean, it's a very interesting way to save time, because you lose time to get the bench, but...
Oh no. Poor Serpent takes a death on the second phase.
Okay, well, TK through the first phase. And yeah, without the bench, Serpent has to make her way all the way back up. TK's looked very clean in this fight, playing the second phase very safe as well. Just knows that, you know, if he's going to be on 1 health with Fury, can't take anything too risky. Oh boy. We'll make it through.
Well, good job, TK3.
Yeah, that was a bold way to make up some time for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix of confidence and safety to take the bench and then do Fury Soulmaster, rather than just fighting him without Fury. I guess just wanting to show off that strat, which I respect in a race. Yeah, definitely.
Especially if you just have one segment, you kind of want to make a show out of your segment if you can, while also kind of being like, all right, let's not screw over the race for my whole team if I screw this up. I think taking that bench is a good call if you're gonna go for Fury anyway.
Right, so while there is more stuff to do in City, what the runners are going to go to next is the Crystal Peaks, actually, because Crystal Heart is, you know, a really important movement item to have in a run this long, and also they need to get the Shopkeeper's Key from Crystal Peaks to get the Elegant Key in order to get Shade Soul and, you know, fully clear out this side of City.
It was a good fake dive from TK as well, breaking that forward Desolate Dive without actually going through it. That allows you to get that grub on the first go round and not have to, you know, loop back around. And Serpent starting this fight again. Soulmaster not playing nice with the fireball. It's not really handing over any doubles.
Yeah, this is a very awkward fight to do with this equipment. She's handling it pretty well.
Got one double there. First phase done.
That's probably the most stressful part of this segment over for both of these runners. So GG to them. And you see TK3 swapping back in Spell Twister for, swapping out Fury for Spell Twister, which gives lower cost of spells. So it's a really, really nice charm.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be overcharmed in C peaks. There are a number of strats that involve damage tanks. I don't know how many of those are we're gonna see, depending on runner preference. But if you're going for any of those, being overcharmed is definitely spooky. Picking up Simple Key on our way up. Gonna need that later for sure.
Yeah, so as you were talking about with this run having a lot of uses for Fluke Nest, they're going to get that pretty early, which means they need the key to get into waterways early on. and that Flukiness plus Shade Soul is what's going to be the highest damaging combo for them for the like mid game and late game bosses.
So yeah, Serpent not getting that fake dive there. Oh, and unfortunately dying to one of the enemies spawning on the ground. If I hadn't seen TK just do the fake dive, I'd say that fake dive doesn't exist. I've never been able to pull it off myself. It's extremely tight. So not getting it definitely isn't that big of an issue.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if they were in a run right now and not a relay, Serpin could have maybe ignored that grub for later, but you kind of have to tie everything up since you don't have control over the coming segments, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a little bit different than just a run situation. TK getting a grub there on the way. Does use up all of his soul, so he's going to have to hit the soul totem to get some more to use this dive entrance. I'm going to say hi to Mila on the way. actually pans the camera down a little. Let's say hi.
Hopefully the last we'll be seeing of Myla this race.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we come say hi after.
No.
After
No,
the race is
definitely
over.
not. Definitely not.
All right, so we're entering Sea Peaks from TK. This is probably my favorite area as far as like speed running goes for Hollow Knight. There's a lot of really fun movement in the splits and Sea Peaks, and it's really cool to see. Gets Pog Axe. Really fun trick. A little bit RNG dependent, but makes it through.
That's a cute little 1-2 exclusive trick right there, hitting the grub through the floor. There are a few of those in Crystal Peaks that you can do actually. And it skips having to kind of complete that little section with the spikes and get all the way to the end. You can just kind of go halfway and then use the hazard respawn to leave.
Now, this is a question. Are they going to have to do Sea Peaks Darkroom coming up?
Yeah, they are. They are going to do that.
So that's something that's a little bit tough if you're not familiar with it. The dark rooms in this game, if you don't have Lantern and you hit a hazard respawn, regardless of where you are in the room's just going to put you right back at the start. So if you fall in spikes or anything like that. So that's a room that's going to be tough coming up, but we're not quite there yet. We have Beam Room first. So this is a big room. It's very cycle-based, lots of lasers. And we'll have to see what kind of strats TK uses to get through it. Notably, also, the hardest trick in the run is coming up. We'll have to see whether TK goes for it or whether he chooses to.
Yeah, I don't know if he's confident. Oh my god. He actually did it. Wow.
In the
That's
race.
insane.
Oh my goodness. We need some woos in chat for TK. That was fantastic.
Can we get a 5-second replay on that? That was crazy.
Man. We'll have to create a highlight reel. That'll definitely go in
Oh
there.
yeah, for sure.
Oh man. Yeah, that was brave, but made it work. Gonna see dash on out of there in style. Get this grub.
Oh, skipped it. TK, what are you doing?
Stops for a second, make sure he gets it this time. Yeah, we've got clips in chat. Thank you, Palm. We needed a clip of that. So yeah, if you guys missed it, it is there in chat.
That's the second little grub skip there. You skip the crushers on the left side.
Yeah, these are a lot of the like little nice things about 1221 as a patch. Being able to just kind of skip some of these more annoying rooms.
Yeah, TK is looking a little low health for the dark room here. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
practiced he is at that.
There are a couple different strats for this dark room as well. There's the C- one that's a little bit more, a little bit slower, but a little bit less risky. This is scary. This is very scary being on 1 HP. Yeah, he's going to choose to reset that room. So you can't see much, but there's a whole bunch of small platforms, and then there are spikes below, and then there are crystal hunters floating around in the air that are going to be trying to shoot at you. So if you start to mess up that room, you kind of have to leave and re-enter just to reset, so you know where everything is. Couple of C dashes here. Makes it through. I actually haven't seen that strat for that room. I feel like I usually see a different C dash strat.
Yeah, there's like one off the far left wall to start with.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that I've seen. It is faster to do it with only dashes, though. I think we'll see Serpent do it with only dashes because she's quite experienced at all skills.
Mm-hmm. And that is a room that, like, when you see somebody do it with all dashes and you just see it happen in the dark, it is very satisfying to watch. So I hope we get to see that.
I've missed watching 100% runs. I love to see all the grub saving, especially. Don't get enough grub
Mhm.
saving in most runs.
Yeah. There's one thing that I like. I like grubs and I like saving them for the most part. I always just get mixed up on which ones are the mimics. Thankfully, the runners haven't run into any yet. So,
Oh, Serpent coming up.
oh,
Is she gonna?
Serpent.
Oh my god!
Oh, also
2 in a
gets it.
row. That's
Oh my
insane.
goodness. Like, the runners have kind of been going tit for tat. One talks to Elderbug, the next one talks to Elderbug. One does underplat, the other one does underplat. Like, fantastic showing.
I mean, the timers may be different, but in my heart, these 2 races are the exact same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just the guts to go for that in a relays or in a race situation in general is just fantastic.
I've actually kind of forgotten the 106 route. I don't remember what they use all this geo for. They buy Elegant Key, that's 800, but I don't remember what the rest of it is for.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure they aren't like they'll find a use for it with how many things they have to buy from shops throughout the end, but yeah, they do have quite a bit for where they are right now. Okay, so TK could go for another underplat here. Oh, and he went for that one too. That one isn't quite as well known as the other underplat, but definitely another kind of cool swag strat.
Oh, that's actually right. They get Shaman later on now. This is like a fairly new reroute
Mhm.
where you get Shaman after doing all the Crystal Peak stuff because the Grozmother fight is a little faster.
Yeah, doing Gruzmother with Descending Dark is definitely a pretty quick fight.
Yeah, and as I predicted, Serpin smashed it on the Dark Room. You love to see it.
Yep, very, very clean there. So honestly, like very clean segment from Serpent as well, besides that one death. Like showing pretty masterful movement throughout Sanctum and Peaks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to take the first death of the race and just something that loses quite a lot of time, but she's closed the gap pretty well with TK.
So Serpent making her way into the dream platforms as well here. Gonna be getting her dream nail. And then yeah, TK making his way over to Sly and Salubra. Oh, that's a really cool strat. Doing the inventory drop and kind of like bouncing off the wall. I like that a lot.
Yeah, inventory dropping into kind of curved surfaces is really really weird. I think you've seen like the Decoration Master mod stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the custom levels.
Oh yeah, those are so fun.
Yeah, I think Scurry made like a custom level that's just you sliding around on things. It looks so much fun.
All right, doing a little bit of shopping here. Getting Shaman Stone, getting a Charm Notch. This will allow them, I'm guessing, to have Shaman and Spell Twister on at the same time.
Yeah, or Shaman and Fluke Nest later on once they get that. That's a pretty big combo.
TK just walking into Sly's hut and fireballing him. I don't really think that's how you wake Sly up. I think usually you just, talk to him kind of nicely, but...
I think maybe mistook him for the nailsmith for a moment.
Or Mila.
Oh, shut up.
Oh boy. TK making his way up to the bench here. I think this might be... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I was thinking maybe that was close to the end of the segment.
It might end once he buys Elegant Key here.
Hmm. All right. It looked like that was the end of the segment. Looked like the timer stopped and then it kept going. So we'll have to see what we do about that.
Alright, Serpent just finishing up her Crossroads stuff. So this grub, Salubra, Grozmother, freeing Sly, and then the going through the Crossroads stag.
And yeah, we saw this fight once already, but if you blinked the first time, you probably missed it. Get the Gruzmother fight again. 2 dives. Cleans up very, very quick. And should just be 1 dive to clean up all the little Gruzzers as well. There we go. Do you get... I guess I'll see right here. No. Okay. I was curious whether you got full healed from buying charm notches like you do from picking up charm notches. But you do not.
You know, I'd never even thought about that before, actually.
Yeah, I think the only reason I thought of it here was just because Serpent was on 1 health.
Oh my god.
My heart dropped there for a second. Because you don't bench at Salubra either, do you?
No, your last bench is in, like, the one outside Soul Sanctum. Because you
Yeah,
have to
okay,
quit back
well,
to it. Yeah.
thankfully there shouldn't be anything left in this split that can hit Serpent, so
I mean, watch
safe
out
and
for
sound.
Sly. I mean, TK was trying to rile him up earlier. Maybe he's gonna come back with a vengeance.
Well, listen, Sierra and Slorent said hi to Elderbug, so he's not gonna, bop Serpent on the way. We should be okay.
Alright, I think that's exactly 2 minutes between them.
Yeah. I think we'll be getting the next runners good to go here, but great segments from both of these runners. A little bit of an unfortunate death there, but like fantastic movement for the rest of the split. Or the rest of the segment rather. So GG's to both of those runners, and thanks for participating. So next we'll be getting Pisces up for Team Keyboard, and we'll be getting Jeff is Epic up for Team Controller.
Alright, both these players are actually pretty experienced, probably some of the most experienced people in the lineup, but this segment that they're doing is pretty tricky. Like, they're doing Fluke Mom, Dung Defender, probably a Broken Vessel and Lost Kin at the same time as well. I'm not sure exactly how far ahead that 15 minutes covers, but it's quite a lot of difficult fights in a row.
Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing like you don't have any of the absolutely busted damage quite yet. So once you get Fluke Nest, it'll be a little bit easier. So some of these fights just beforehand might be tough.
Yeah. So they'll do the Soul Warrior to get to Shade Soul,
Mhm.
and then they'll pretty much just straight book it to Fluke Mom because
Perfect.
you want the damage early.
Yeah. So it looks like we're almost ready to go here. I think the only thing that needs changing is the name for the keyboard stream. But other than that, I think we're basically good to go. There we go. So they're actually starting at that bench. So we missed a little bit of movement. They probably
No, we
just take.
didn't. They were when they
Oh, do they save
rested
quit
the
out?
bench. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're super right. I
Yeah,
forgot.
that's why they can't like bench at Salubra, for example, because they
Mhm.
need to keep this one.
Jeff bringing this guy up to potentially get early control after getting Shade Soul here. It's interesting. It feels like it takes so much time to get that guy all the way up there. But yeah, that early control ending up getting him out of the room just before Pisces.
Oh yeah, I forgot they fight Soul Tyrant. You don't fight him in 1-2-1. I mean, sorry, 1-12, which is
Right, yeah.
where my mind was going. But yeah, this fight is actually really difficult to do, especially quickly. There's like a lot of double hits on the Shade Soul that you need to be going for.
Yeah, especially with Nail Zero, I imagine this fight would literally take forever if you're not getting the good hits with your spells.
Yeah, thankfully they get full healed when they enter the dream, so the Soul Twisters trying to mess them up beforehand doesn't really make too much of a difference.
Pisces' movement making his way up there was really, really clean. It was really nice.
Yeah, those... for some reason I always remember those platforms at the start of Soul Tyrant Arena because they're kind of awkwardly placed, but you can get like really nice wall jumps off the side of them.
That looked really clean. It's hard to keep track of both fights, but it looks like both of them have been getting pretty good doubles with their Shade Souls.
Yeah, I'm seeing really, really clean fights from both of them, actually. I don't have much to criticize.
Yeah, Pisces taking like the first hit there, right at the end of that first phase. So very clean from the both of them. And even that, like he's taking like one hit there, but that was just to tank, so he could do another Shade Soul. Like very clean. Jeff's still on full health.
And he gets the ground spawn as well. This is really nice because you can just Descending Dark on top of him.
Just chain those together.
Yeah, and I think Jeff saved a little bit of time in that second phase that he lost in the first phase, just from that RNG.
But very quick fight from the both of them. Pisces making up a little bit of time there for sure, which is good for Team Keyboard. This arena definitely, I feel like they don't expect you to have Shade Soul Shaman by the time you come through that arena. So that city arena kind of just gets blown up by a couple fireballs.
Yeah, it's kind of weirdly placed as well because you can just kind of go around it on your first way up, you know, like through Soul Sanctum. So I don't really get why it's there.
Yeah, I know at least for my casual playthrough, I didn't even find that breakable wall in Sanctum. I don't know if I was a little bit blind, so I definitely had to go through there, but see our second Lem trip here. Just one Hollow Nest seal to sell here.
Yeah, this time they need a little bit of Geo for the bench before Broken Vessel and also the Hidden Station Stag later on.
So we're on our way to Flukmarm. This area, going through this area that Pisces is going through it quickly and without taking a whole bunch of damage is not easy. It looks like he's going to make it through only taking one hit, which is really impressive.
Yeah, Pisces doing that room very well. It's really awkward, especially like this first section that you're seeing Jeff do now, where, yeah, that big room, the fluke phase can follow you and knock you out of your dashes and stuff. It's a really, really awkward room to move through. They both did a pretty good job. Jeff
very
only
clean from
taking
Jeff, too.
2 damage as well.
And we actually missed it because we were talking about Jeff's room, but you can see that they just cheese this fight. You just D-Dark on top of Flukemarm twice, and it just locks you in the dive animation, and you just insta-kill Flukemarm. So that fight is a little bit trivial on this patch when you have D-Dark.
Yeah, now you're gonna see the disgusting power of Fluke Nest in these coming fights.
Do you happen to know what the actual damage numbers are for Fluke Nest? Like Fluke Nest, Shaman, Shade Soul? Like how much one of those sets would do?
I think it's 122 damage, I want to say. Or maybe it's 2. It's a lot anyway. It's like
Got
about as much
112
as
in chat.
Shriek. Oh, they're saying 112. So it's a little bit less than Shriek, but still
but
unseen amount.
instantaneous.
Yeah, exactly.
Dung Defender did not live very long. Oh man.
Oh my god, Pisces accidentally missed the breakable floor there and has to go out for more soul. Oh, that feels bad.
Yeah, he's got to hit that guy a couple times. We'll be coming back here later for White Defender, but can't do that currently. So just going to pick up the King's Idol for a little bit of Geo. And we'll head on through. Clean spike tunnel from Pisces.
Yeah, Pisces showing off his all skills practice.
Ooh, almost got sniped by that Whormp on the way through that C dash. These are some pretty difficult skips, these acid skips. Definitely not intended. Pisces making very quick work of them from his extensive knowledge of all skills. I think this section is pretty much the exact same besides this one grub they've got to get.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't been watching the all skills tournament, this section has claimed quite a few minutes of time loss over the course of the run so far. It's a really annoying sequence of skips, very difficult to get, but Pisces got them all pretty nicely.
Jeff taking a bit of a safety strat here. You can dream nail that Blug sack that you get the rancid eggs from and get some free soul off of that. Just puts you in a position where you have a little bit more health. Because once you get into these skips, you're kind of committed. Well, like after you get through that first one, you can't really make it back and heal. So I think having the health for later is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Pisces with some more clean movement through that. The room at the bottom of the broken elevator shaft, the C dash all the way through there. It's a little RNG. Sometimes the flying sentries will appear in front of you, but it's really nice to see it when you get the good RNG and you just clean zoom all the way through.
Yeah, and that's happening. That's pretty much what's happening for all of these segments on Pisces screen right now. Like, really just zooming through all of this. Definitely showing mastery of this route.
Yeah, it's a really I guess quite a nice segment for him to get, especially considering where his expertise is.
Mm-hmm. Jeff going to be following here, not too far behind. Pisces making it through these, well, I was going to say very cleanly. Still pretty clean. Only taking 2 hits there is not bad at all. With how many of those Maulerks you have to get through.
Yeah, and he gets the skip on the other side first try as well. That one's really awkward. It uses something called like a dash jump or a dash cancel, some people call it. It's when you like dash into the side of a wall and jump out of it in a way that you somehow get the rest of your dash off after you jump. It's really weird and very finicky to get right.
Yeah, and that broken vessel fight doesn't last too long. For those of you who don't or haven't seen much of Fluke Nest, what's happening when it looks like he's shooting a fireball is he has his whole hitbox like inside the bosses. So when he shoots a fireball, you don't even see all the little flukes come out. They just all get like smashed right into the boss. And also for some reason that damage, because I think it's because all the damage of each fluke is so low, it just doesn't knock them out of like stagger. So
Uh,
he can just fire a whole bunch when they're
yeah,
staggered.
flukes just like they don't hit enemies in the same way that other things hit enemies. That's part of
Yeah.
why they're so like bugged on earlier patches. They don't really count as a hit in the way the game tallies it.
Yeah. So that's what kind of leads to that broken vessel quick kill where you just kind of stagger him and then just fluke nest over and over. Pisces getting into Lostkin here. So going straight into the dream version of this fight. Strategy looks pretty similar. Just get those staggers, and then once they're staggered, just blast them full of full of flukes.
Yeah, I like the kind of like prepare and then damage them, and then prepare them and then just unload. It's like a really nice rhythm to it. I guess once you've seen this fight with Shade Soul doubles, and it's kind of a completely different fight because they're, in the true ending fight, you're kind of trying to like knock him from side of the room to the other. So yeah, it's
And
kind of
Pisces
cool to
taking a
see.
death there. No, that's intentional. He keeps that little blob around. It helps get out of that that dream cutscene a little bit earlier. Definitely intentional.
So I think there's actually like only around a 20-second difference now between the two. Pisces is just gamed that hard, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a very powerful showing from Pisces.
Yeah, he's actually taking Fluke Nest off now because he's gonna go fight Failed Champion, and it doesn't damage that boss. Like I was saying, it doesn't really hit enemies, and that means it's broken for some of them.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I was curious. We do have kind of like a quick kill setup for Failed Champ with Shaman Stone, Shade Soul. So we'll have to see how that looks from Pisces.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice fight to see done well. Although compared to the true ending fight, the the f- the sorry, like the second and third phases can be a little bit easier if you do the descending dark on top of him strat. Whereas on true ending they have to like position very carefully for the triples. With descending dark, you can just kind of stand on top of him and spam the button, and he dies. It's quite nice.
Gotcha. Close. There was a very close moment there from Jeff on 1 HP at the end of that fight. Managed to clutch it out. Unfortunately, there were still flukes on the ground, so he couldn't kind of keep that last orange bubble guy alive. So he couldn't do the same kind of like cutscenes sort of skip. So Pisces grabbing Glowing Room here on the way to Failed Champ. And Jeff going to be following behind.
If I remember correctly, didn't was it Sierra? Didn't unlock the shortcut to Going Womb. I don't think. In the very first split of the run.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I think Jeff has to open that himself on the way.
Interesting.
No, it's fine, Sierra. I'm not calling you out. I'm just trying to make conversation. It's fine. You did a really good job.
I guess I'm not 100% sure how this is working. Are they just passing save files?
Oh right, I thought they would trade the save files in between them, between the segments. But I guess it's like pre-prepared ones.
Yeah. Save file set. Okay.
Oh no, Jeff. I've never seen someone mess that up like that before. He like slid down the wall and then hit the spikes on the ceiling after going through the spike tunnel.
Pisces doing a little hops back and forth. Not much to do while you're waiting for failed champ to finish having his tantrum. And yet again, a cool little cutscene sort of skip there. If you fall out of the dream, like right after killing failed champ, you don't have to wait for his whole like body explosion kind of cutscene at the end. So very, very clean from Pisces.
I think it could be that the difference between controller and keyboard has actually completely closed now. We'll see what Jeff's time looked like at the end of this fight.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful segment from keyboard.
I like that we're seeing it seesaw back and forth a little bit, rather than having someone be in the head, ahead for a long period of time.
Yeah, it always just makes for more enjoyable races when things are close. I like that a lot. They're chaining some D-Darks there in the corner.
Yeah.
This is where things get a little bit dicey. When you don't have any soul left for spells, you're kind of relying on nail zero to make it to the next segment, but that's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately you miss a bit of damage when if you're trying to dive on him and he jumps up, you miss that kind of like first tick of damage of the D-Dark on the ground.
There he goes. I'm curious what those split times would have been for Pisces, because those seemed ridiculously fast.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna maybe pick this up. Maybe am I being a bit too optimistic there? But that was a really good showing. I'd love to see what he could do in a full game run, like a full category run.
Mm-hmm. Dang, so very close. 49-45 quit out versus a 49-38. So keyboard completely closed the gap and then a little bit, but only a 7-second difference. Like, you can't ask for a better place to start the next segment. So huge congrats to both of those runners. That was crazy for the both of them. Honestly, that's such a tough segment.
Yeah, they both handle that really, really well, I think. And Jeff lost a lot of that time just to taking it safe with the Isma skips, getting the plug sack, which is a completely reasonable way to lose time.
Yeah, especially in a race scenario like this. Like, it's just so impressive that Pisces just kind of blew through it the way he did. Next up, we've got Insomnia for Team Keyboard, and I actually don't know how to pronounce. Is it Spicy? Spicy?
I don't know either.
Pronunciation.
I'd say Spicy. That seems like a cool name. I like that name.
Spicy. All right. Chat's confirming Spicy. Perfect. So we're getting in. Starting from the bench. I'm glad we didn't have a Spicy versus Pisces matchup. Max bringing up a good point in chat. Yeah, that would have been confusing.
Alright, I'm pretty sure this next section, they get Dreamgate, and then they go to Howling Cliffs to unlock the Grim Lantern, and they do some of the Grim side quest stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what happens now.
Perfect.
And this is the part where the movement gets really good, because you now have all the main movement abilities. I mean, besides Shake Cloak, you're gonna have Dreamgate. You're just gonna see the players, barrel through rooms, collecting everything, hopefully really cleanly if they can, uh, pull that off. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, and not only just the movement gets cool, but also like I really appreciate a lot of the routing that comes in some of these splits. Um, just with all the dream gates and stuff that you can place, like this is honestly a pretty optimized category as far as like 100% stuff goes. I'm sure there might still be some optimizations that could be made, but it's really cool to see all the different places where like I'll watch and I'll be like, wait, they didn't get that thing, and then like 20 minutes later they'll just swing by and just like grab it really quick. So seeing some of that stuff happen is really really cool.
Another cool thing about everyone having their own segment is there's some motivation for people to learn the harder stuff just because it's the one section, and then you can show off a little bit. You can prove to everyone that you know how to do the hard strats.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the thought with doing Fury Soulmaster earlier as well.
Yeah, probably.
All right, looks like both the runners are ready. So I imagine we'll be seeing them getting started here shortly. Yet again, Team Keyboard with a slight lead, but not by much. And we still have a lot of the run left to go, so. But an exciting point for the race for sure.
I just want to say this is a really cool concept, and I'm loving watching it. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like it's a cool way to showcase the run and also just to showcase so many runners. Like just honestly like a perfect fit for kind of the end of or one of the ending runs of kind of a community day.
Yeah, Sabi going out of bounds on the layout here.
It's appropriate for him being one of the people who does a lot more of the glitched runs.
Yeah, definitely. All right,
See
so
some quick menuing.
let's see if my memory of the 106 route is correct here.
Didn't look like Dartmouth. I have to do 0 first? Oh, it's just getting Dream.
Que dulu ku gana remuna kuri kuri.
Oh my god, this here has so much dialogue. I'd forgotten this.
It's probably a good time to talk about the fact that the game is in Chinese. We run the game in Chinese just because these text boxes go faster. I imagine even just for this segment alone, it would save a pretty big chunk of time. So if you're seeing Chinese text pop up, this is why. Just saves our thumbs a little bit of effort.
All right, so Dreamgate is kind of like a god skill for routing 100% because you can, place a gate any way you want to. turn back to it. This, you know, when the skill came out, new skill just dropped. It was insane for, you know, making the new route, because now suddenly it's like a bench that you can place anywhere, except you also have your bench. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much that changed the route, like, when it came out.
Oh, it was ridiculous. You should maybe go watch one of the pre-Hidden Dreams 100% runs at some point.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to see.
We had to do some really stupid things.
Well, we got a good sync here. I imagine it was probably similar to like a new game routing almost. Like that changes so much.
Yeah, it really did. It was really, really cool to watch. I mean, I didn't do it. It was Monster. You know, he routes everything, but it was fun. It was fun to be there. You know, watching it happen, I guess.
Yeah. So both of our runners here getting Cyclone Slash. Used a decent amount in the run. You can use it for some cool drops. You can use it to break through walls faster, and then also to generate soul off of enemies. I think are the main uses that they're gonna use it for this run.
Yeah, it sees some use in colos. I really like it in colos. And the nail arts in general are just kind of, I mean, they don't blow your mind, but they're just kind of really cool to have around, just as a,
And
oh.
I thought I saw a boss happen there, but I missed it. I don't know.
Yeah,
there must
that's
have been a
Fluke
boss
Nest.
there.
We're gonna see that quite a few times. And Spicy almost messed up the skip up to Stag Nest here, using the little pogo on the Ventuli.
So there's something I just noticed there, and I don't know whether there's a reason for this. They were both C dashing, and it looked like their C dashes were lined up perfectly with the vessel fragment, but then they canceled and they dashed in. Can you not C dash into the vessel fragment?
You can. The problem is that it's kind of funky with the physics, so it like keeps your C dash speed, and you just kind of like float in the vessel, get animation all the way to the other end of the room, which means
Oh god.
you then have to travel further on the way out. So it's just like, it's just better to cancel it and just
that
like
makes
fall
total
into it
sense.
normally. Yeah. The Joni's Darkroom here is pretty scary.
Yeah, we saw Sea Peak's Dark Room earlier, which is a smaller room. Joni's Dark Room is definitely a much more massive dark room. It takes a lot more time. I think there are less spikes and less places to fall, which makes it a little bit more nice. They're both very difficult rooms for different reasons.
Yeah, and Somni's showing
Insomnia-
off his rando chops here. He's very practiced at these dark rooms.
And then also showing off a little bit of a cyclone drop there as well. First one we've kind of seen. Spicy just a tiny bit behind here.
I wonder if
Using that-
sorry, I wonder if Insomnia is gonna go for the cyclone like cancel on the Grim Troop Lantern here. It's a bit like awkward to do. You have to wiggle in and
he's
out of
going
the
for it.
hitbox. Let's see.
Yeah, it was close. There we go. So the reason we do that is if you just light the lantern with the nail and you don't finish it with the cyclone slash, you have to sit there and like watch the lantern get lit, and it kind of like stuns your character. But if you get it with the cyclone, then it just doesn't kind of lock you in, and you can just C dash out of the room.
Yeah, Spicy actually saved a bit of time there with how clean the setup for that was. They just got it in one try.
Can you just fluke nest the balders when they're closed?
No, no, they have to be open. But
Oh, okay. It looked like Insomnia just
it insta gives
hit a
them,
closed
so
one.
you can't even tell. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. So Insomnia just a little bit ahead here. Just one room. Gonna be picking up a grub here. Oh my goodness, Moss Knight just disappears.
Yeah, like I said, this is kind of a section of cleanup spurts. So got there's stuff in Green Path here, and then up to Crystal Peaks, and yeah, in my opinion, this stuff is some of the best because you get to see just like pure movement, collecting things as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and definitely some areas that we haven't got to showcase too much yet. Like this kind of cavern for Shape of On. Definitely a really cool area in the game that doesn't get to be seen too much. Oh my goodness, Insomnia's Knight. Just flailing around while he waits for the charm.
So for 106%, the Grim Quest is a pretty big route. Um, how do you put it? It's a pretty big part of why the route is the way it is. Because at each stage of this quest, there are 3 Grimkin that spawn, and you need to collect them all before you can move on to the next one. And this means that you kind of need to, maximize your item collection around these Grimkin and where they spawn. So the first 3 are in City Storerooms, Crystal Peaks, and Green Path. So we're going to see the runners go back and collect some stuff in each of those places that they missed earlier in order to kind of, make the route work with how the Grimkin spawn around the world.
And these first Grimkin, not too big of an issue. I imagine they'll kind of get broken through real quick. But they do get more powerful after the first 3. Insomnia quitting out does
Insomnia
not
forget
have
to equip the charm?
Child.
Oops. That, I think, does that put Spicy ahead now? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if it would have just been faster to go back to the bench.
Yeah, it probably would have.
Yeah, because I was waiting for the stag.
I guess you don't want to make too much of a route divergence, because if he quits back later and he's not where
Right.
he expects to be, it can just be a bit awkward for your brain. Yeah, he's totally behind now. That's unfortunate.
You gotta wait to leave the room until that flame kind of like hits Grimchild. Otherwise, you gotta go back and get the flame again. A little bit unfortunate. I'll have to pay attention to the time here. I don't think that puts keyboard behind, but we'll have to see. It'll be very close now.
I think it is behind just barely. Oh, maybe not. The quit out was like at 58:40 something. Okay, keyboard might actually still be slightly ahead, but it's like a second between them or something.
Yeah. Let's see. It was 53 going through this transition coming up for Insomnia. Yeah, so keyboard's behind by like 1 second. But like, oh my goodness, being an hour into this race and being 1 second off. Holy, like we are really in for a treat here. Like this is fantastic.
Yeah, and I especially love this because it's later on that you'll see a lot of the kind of the scarier stuff. So if we can keep things pretty much even throughout the kind of like the first half of this run, then that means that the stuff like the Colosseum is going to be really, really, stressful but also fun to watch if, the runners are neck and neck for that section.
Yeah, it definitely puts the runners in a, kind of a scary situation with, pressure on. But definitely a treat for the spectators. So Insomnia just a little bit behind, grabbing Great Slash here. Shio being the good guy he is, isn't charged any Geo for this. Like his more greedy brother.
It's just you gotta charge for the good stuff, right?
Yeah. I guess so. I guess dash slash probably the most explicitly helpful nail art on 1221. Ooh, just a little bit too low on that platform for Spicy. Taking a quick dunk into the spikes.
Alright, so next on the list I think is, the Grimkin here, and then there's a couple of grubs also in Green Path that they need to clear out. And yeah, these early Grimkin really melt to Shaded Soul, but the second and third rank have a lot more health. And especially the third rank, they deal 2 damage, so they can be really, really painful to deal with. You'll see that later on. Also, actually, while it's in my mind, one of the reasons why you won't see the teams upgrading their nail until really late on is because some enemies, like the Grimkin, actually get more health the more nail upgrades you have. So it's actually detrimental to upgrade your nail until later on.
Mm-hmm. I think they get that like almost just before they do Colo. Or maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much exactly right before that. Alright, Crystal Peaks. This is maybe one of the best segments in the run to watch. I love this one.
So we have a room coming up. We can do a quick little side bet in the chat. Press 1 if you think the Mimic Grub's going to be the first grub. Press 2 if you think the Mimic Grub's going to be the second grub. We'll see who gets it closer. I'm always wrong on these. Damn, it was the first one. I was going to guess the right one was the first one this time.
It's really evil to make these RNG, to be honest. I mean, hats off to Team Cherry. Sometimes the design that looks the worst is actually, what makes the game kind of scariest for the players.
Yeah. They do a really good job of evoking emotion in their players. So, I mean, props to them for that. I feel like they've done a lot of like kind of cool things like that. Like also like when you go to Hornet for the first time, like the bench is just below you, but everybody just like wanders into the Hornet room. and then they die to Hornet, and then they're like, oh, there's a bench right there. Like that kind of thing. Or like forcing you to fight Crystal Guardian 1 to get the bench when it's right there.
Yeah, I love that actually. That's really cool. And you're gonna see it right here.
I think fighting Crystal Guardian 1 might be a little bit of a a little bit of an overstatement.
I mean, it's technically true. But
Well,
just barely.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it looks when they get there.
So you're seeing some nice uses of Dreamgate already. Just to kind of reset back to earlier positions and then full clear everything as quickly as possible.
Oh no, we actually kind of fight it in this category. I thought they were just gonna do the
Oh, that thing doesn't exist on this patch. That's a current patch exclusive thing.
Wow, that's actually backwards from what I expected. I actually thought it wouldn't have been a thing on current patch, but it would be a thing on 1.2.1. That's interesting.
Yeah, for anyone unaware, Crystal Guardian doesn't wake up just from spell damage on current patch. So you can Dream Nail him, dive, Dream Nail him, dive, Dream Nail him, dive, and just kill him while he's sitting there. It's really sad, honestly.
He
Poor
doesn't
guy.
get a chance to fight back.
No, he doesn't.
Wow, Spicy was on 2 health and like underneath one of the lasers, and I think it was just D-Dark iframes, but like, oh my goodness, that
no,
was scary.
Somni takes a death to CG2. Oh, and he gets bench storage on the way out.
Whoa, we got some scan lines and a D-Dark. It goes into the...
Thankfully, Insomnia is experienced enough to know how to fix this. You have to like leave the room and then come back and then rest again. It's pretty weird. That's what happens when you die during a D-Dark and then it kind of completes after you respawn. It's really weird.
And yeah, yet again, for those in chat who don't know, this is a scenario where the runners are trying to keep that bench in Dirtmouth so that they can just save quit back there later on. I think it might be after they get the Paylor at the top.
Yeah, I think so.
So
I really
that's
like
why
this.
Insomnia's not taking that bench.
Yeah, I really like this Paylor movement section. There's, not that many rooms which are kind of like mostly vertical movement up. I really like this sequence.
Mm-hmm. It's cool to see, like, it's very obvious to see, like, when people are good at moving horizontally. But, like, vertical movement is a little bit harder to tell when people are doing it, like, really, really well. But, like, watching some of the wall jumps up that section from Spicy, like, you could tell they were going pretty damn fast with it.
Did you see that cyclone on the blood sack through the wall from Insomnia? I've
Yeah.
never seen that before. That's so cool.
That was
That's,
some
Random knowledge
for
right
sure.
there. Yeah.
I was thinking about that too. I was like, well, he can't bench to get health back, and he has no soul after that fight. So how is he going to do it? But that was a very clean way to get some health. And now he's in good shape for this climb up to peak. Or crown, rather. Some clean pogos too, to make it up that.
Yeah, that movement in the kind of the big room up to here is really scary to me every time. I just don't trust crystal hunters at all. I hate those enemies.
I think when people talk about the worst enemies in the game, they sleep on Crystal Hunters quite a bit. I think that they are awful.
Yeah, what's up with the Aspid meme? Because they're really not that bad.
Yeah.
Oops, Insomnia taking a hit
Oh!
there.
And
That
then
was
also the
almost
Crystal
scary.
Hunter dying like right above him as he was jumping
Yeah.
up. Okay, we'll get the Paylor. Save quit out.
It's
So a
still
little,
it's still 30 seconds even with a death.
yeah, with a death and then also the like forgetting to put on Grimchild. Like we're still very close. So this is very exciting. We've got Wasabi coming up next for keyboard, and Aprilamat up for controller. So this is very exciting. So yeah, GG's to both runners. That was fantastic. Keeping it very close. It's exciting. Insomnia doing a crazy trick there on the menu, saving his team about 17 minutes worth of time. Pulling way ahead for keyboard.
Yeah, I think that might be a major glitch there with the timer.
Oh, yeah, we might have to give him a penalty of like 16 minutes or so for the major glitch. Plus maybe a little bit of time for the bench storage. Don't worry, guys. We'll get it back to where it needs to be.
And so one cool thing about a run this long is you get to see a lot of weird memes. This game has just kind of throws weird stuff at you sometimes.
Yeah, especially on 1221, I feel like you just get some strange interactions. So the major glitch we were talking about was bench storage that happened, but it really didn't help Insomnia at all. It just it actually lost him time. So we're not too worried about it, especially in a marathon setup.
All right, so coming up, they have they've cleared out, Crystal Peak and all the first tier of Grimkin. They're gonna get Lantern, I think, and the second tier spawn in. Let's see if I can remember. Do you remember? There's one in Resting Grounds. There's one in Kingdom's Edge on the way to Hornet 2. Yeah, and there's one in King's Pass as well. So we're gonna see the runners clear through the parts of Resting Grounds that they missed earlier, and down into King's Station area and out into Kingdom's Edge and fight Hornet 2 as well. That's gonna be cool to see.
In the couple of like 100% runs that I've done, I always forget that King's Pass Grimkin.
Oh yeah, it's so forgettable.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really going back for anything else. You've kind of cleared out cliffs. You've already gotten fury, so just going back for that one just always kind of throws me off.
It's kind of Team Cherry design though, putting something right at the start of the game to force you back there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, timer's looking a little bit more accurate here. Apparently these are the correct times. We had a couple of situations where they weren't really stopping properly. So I think these are the correct times now. So keyboard at a 45-second disadvantage at the moment, with probably, what would you say, like an hour and 45 minutes left of in-game time? Hour and a half?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the halfway point is going to be maybe around 1 hour 45, I guess.
Gotcha.
This is actually an interesting segment because, as far as I remember, when they get to Kingdom's Edge, they're going to have Grimchild equipped to get the Grimkin there, but then you have the Hornet fight to deal with. So I think maybe one of these runners or both of them will choose to take the bench outside Hornet and switch their charms out, because it can be really annoying to fight Hornet with
With
Grimchild,
Grimchild.
because he hits her out of her staggers and it's the worst thing and I hate it.
Yeah, especially in a marathon setting where you might want to try and play it like a little bit more safe. If you're ever trying to heal, like, that's just not going to happen with Grimchild shooting little pellets every single time Hornet staggers.
Yeah, he's like not good enough to help you, but then also helps you just enough to annoy you.
Yeah. All right, that first Grimkin out of the way for both runners. Cute little C dash there to hit the bell.
Yeah, that's like barely faster, but I really like it.
Yeah. I like anything that uses C dash to like hit things. It's something that I didn't really think about at all in my casual playthrough. So when people use it for stuff, it's really satisfying.
All right, there's some little crypts area under resting grounds. It's like a really dense place for items. There's 2 grubs here, and but they're gonna get, I think, Soul Eater later on for Flower Quest.
Gotcha. Yeah, Prillamat gonna heal here. It was on 1 health for a second there and almost inside the hitbox of an enemy. A little bit scary. But also you note that they dash through that room with the elevator. We're talking about C dash hitting things. If you try and C dash through that room, it will hit the lever in the elevator, and the gates will close and just trap you in the elevator, and you'll be forced down. So you can't really C dash through that room.
Yeah, also, I think you mentioned it earlier, but you can't leave a room too soon after collecting a Grimkin, or it won't count. So you have to kind of like awkwardly hang around the upper load there in that room, just kind of waiting around for the Grimkin to come to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Zero is just destroyed.
Also, the same situation there. You have to wait till you get the essence before you leave the room. If you get that Dream Nail early control. So there are a lot of little situations where in this play you kind of just have to sit there and wait for a second, which doesn't always feel the best in a speedrun.
Oh no, April! Hit the lever, trying to C dash on the way out. I don't think I've ever seen that before, so I'm sorry for laughing at you there, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah. It's also a little bit like serendipitous as we're just talking about like hitting things with C dashes.
Yeah, exactly. There's some little arena here. There's There's a little bit of optimization that goes into this.
Looks like both of them doing it pretty much the same way. And when you have Shade Soul, there's not too much to think about besides, you know, line up the enemies, shoot a fireball through them.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's like
clean from the both of
it's
them.
like bowling at this point. Alright, taking the bench here from Sabi. Alright, to get the stag. I wonder if he will take the bench. They need a Dream Gate here because Hornet to when you get Kingsbrand, it hard saves you, so you want to be able to Dream Gate out of it.
Expecting April to get the bench here as well. The climb up to Hornet 2 on 1 HP would be a little bit scary.
Yeah. There are 12 people on each team. This is the fifth person from each side, I think.
Can confirm.
Very clean on that second Grimkin from Sabi. Just kind of double hits him out of the way and he's down.
Yeah, keyboard definitely making some time up here.
Oh, and April falls all the way to the bottom of this tool room as well.
Yeah, this tall room is pretty, like, infamous, I feel like, for being one of these rooms where you start falling and you, like, dash to try and reach a platform and you just miss that platform. And then you start going back the other way and you miss another platform and you just fall a lot further than
Yeah,
you'd like to.
is there like a reason why that happens? Like, your brain is like lagging a second behind, so you keep trying to aim for the platform before. It's really weird.
Yeah, I think it must just be a kind of like a reaction time thing, and then like Team Cherry placing the platforms kind of like well spaced out. Where when you're falling, you can't actually react to them. You kind of need to know where they are.
Alright, so both of these runners actually did what I suggested, which is resting at this bench and using it to unequip Grimchild. Very much worth it. It's worth pointing out another one of the gimmicky things about Fluke Nest is that if she's parrying and the Fluke hits her, it doesn't deal any damage. But it also doesn't knock her out of the parry, so you can just like lose an entire Fluke to her parrying. It's very annoying.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Especially because Hornet 2 is pretty hard to hit with your nail properly. Like, even getting soul sometimes on Hornet 2 feels rough. Very clean fight from Wasabi. April taking it a little bit slower, just playing it safe. I think that's totally reasonable. This is a tough fight.
Yeah, I think probably from this segment, Hornet 2 is going to be the thing that they practice the most. And April takes her down as well.
The end of that fight was kind of funny, like watching Hornet like just walk back into the rest of the flukes and then die to them.
Yeah, it's a bit it's not exactly like a noble death for our Hornet, is it?
No, it's
Kind of
not at
like
all.
walking backwards and tripping over some black slugs on the ground and just just eating the floor.
I'm just imagining like the citizens of Hollow Nest, like watching this like tiny bug come through their kingdom and just destroying them all with like these little black slug creatures. Like, that has to be demoralizing.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Who even is this guy?
He doesn't even talk.
Yeah, the knight is like the equivalent of like 4 foot tall as well in the bug world.
Yeah. So Sabi making his way over to Shade Cloak here. We're gonna be seeing a lighthouse climb here. See if these siblings play nice.
He's on 4 health as well, so he's a 2-shot. Oh, please don't curse that.
Jeez. We didn't say anything. Okay. A little bit tense there. Let's make it through.
Yeah, Sabi reacting well to his lack of health there and just kind of taking it safe. You can tell he has some experience, even if it's not in this category, just because, you know, the way he responds to a bit of an awkward situation there for him.
Mm-hmm. Definitely composed there. No, siblings are not cooperating with April here. Gonna sneak in by them here. Oh my, the tiny step back there. We'll dodge them.
All right, you saw Sabi quit out from the Shade Cloak goo there. Just kind of skips the animation there. It's quite a long animation of the knight kind of getting overwhelmed by the void. And picks up the arcane egg as well. Even though they're not going to visit Lem for a little while, just collecting these relics along the way to sell to him eventually.
Yeah, it's just so much better than having to come back for any of these arcane eggs or anything.
Nice C dash cancel from Sabi. Oh wait, did I just lie to everyone? He's going to Lem right now.
Maybe.
Alright, I never claimed to be an expert. Okay.
No, that's totally fine.
I was just building suspense, you know.
Yep. For dramatic effect.
Oh no. Chad is a little bit angry.
Oh boy. Taking a hit to the spikes on the top of that elevator there. Way up to Lem.
So now that they're gonna take quite a cool route through waterways to Fungal here. Clean up what they missed of Fungal the first time. So saving Retta, Mantis Lords, and then Fungal Core.
Yeah, it's a very cool route through waterways. I feel like my first couple times through waterways in my casual playthrough, it gave me a lot of trouble. But like watching this route, I'm just like, oh, this looks so clean. Like this looks so right.
Yeah, it's kind of like an interesting area because it like joins up city and then the elevator on the one side and then Fungal Waste on the other. But the way it kind of slots into this route is really neat. Oh, and you see another lever skip here from Sabi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to tell because of the desync timers, but it looks like keyboard's making up a good chunk of time here. I wouldn't be surprised if we were almost evened out by the end of this segment.
Sabi went for a little skip there. but it requires like a very precise wall jump on the side of that, and oh, he gets hit by the spikes as well.
I was a little bit scared there with the Sporg following. I thought maybe he might get comboed as he spawned, but he was okay.
Yeah, you can fall all the way through that spike section in one go without touching the walls, but I wouldn't recommend anyone go for it if they're new like this. Oh, April getting trolled by the Great Slash here. I think this might be why Sabi chose to do that skip with a Cyclone, because if you do a Great Slash, you have to get quite close to the wall, and then if you touch the wall, it obviously turns you around to face away from the wall, so it's like a little awkward to do. Whereas with the Cyclone, you just kind of Cyclone, yeah, like that.
Yeah,
Like you
doesn't
just-
matter which way you're facing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a little bit easier to do. Oh, April got a nice like RNG skip there, where the what they called fungal warriors, I think. Like pogoed off them. I don't know any enemy names.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad with the enemy names too. I feel like in my casual playthrough, I kind of just come up with names for them myself, and then that's canon. And definitely those mushrooms, just Owen Wilson's for me.
Yeah, definitely the Owen Wilson shroom. Apparently they're called Shroomal warriors, so I was half right. I'm gonna give myself some points for that one.
Yep.
I was pretty close.
Mantis Lords with Fluke Nest is happening on Sabi's stream, and it doesn't take many many Fluke Nests for those to go down. So pretty clean fight from him.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that like an early Mantis Lords route doesn't make any sense, because that is a really fun fight to do with minimal equipment. I'd love to see it in this kind of speedrun.
Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite like designed boss fights in the game. The like it kind of gets you prepared with the first Mantis Lord, and then like the rhythm of having two is like really really nice.
So something to note from Sabi is that coming up after this fungal core section, you dream gate out to go to Troopmaster Grim. So he's actually trying to conserve soul in this section, trying to gather a little bit of soul. Oh, April. That's a really unfortunate death, yeah. Because the bench is... Oh, no, actually, April got the bench here by Bretta. That was a smart choice, because otherwise they'd be going all the way back to King's Station, I guess?
Yeah.
Or Shade
Yeah, I
Cloak
think
even,
King's-
actually.
Yeah, I guess they'd be at Shade Cloak and they'd have to Dream Gate. So Keyboard definitely going to be a little bit ahead at this point with that death. But very back and forth race. Like we've really been going back and forth almost like every segment. Which yeah, is just a fantastic spectator experience.
Yeah, what it really means is that the controller players are just you know, giving Keyboard a little bit of an advantage just in this section, and then you know they can come in with the big win later on. I think it's. I mean, it's all fake, really, isn't it? It's just content.
Listen, I wouldn't go quite that far. Not quite as far as it's all fake, but.
I mean, have you ever seen a controller player die? Have you?
Listen, I don't even know if I've ever seen a controller player.
Oh, shut up. You don't even watch my stream? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just mean I haven't seen you holding the controller while playing, right?
You're on thin ice, Lucas.
all right. Listen, I don't know if I've ever seen a keyboard player either. This isn't. I'm not biased here.
Is this what quarantine does to us? I
Travis,
haven't confirmed the existence of a human in quite some time.
Yeah, really. That's a good way to think of it. Okay, April is gonna make it through here without There's a little bit scary there. He's gonna make it through. Take this bench right now. And
All right.
Sabi is
Yeah, we're gonna see
for
the
Grim.
overcharmed fight for Grim. This is actually really scary. So I hope you do a good job, Sabi.
This is one of the fights that, like, I was learning 112 for a little bit, and everyone was like, "Yeah, it's actually easier when you overcharm it because you blast it with spells and you're good to go." But it's definitely not that simple in practice. When you can only take 3 hits, it's a little bit scary.
I just love watching this fight, to be honest. It's not my favorite boss in the game, but definitely up there.
I just remember finding this boss for the first time, like after I was done most of the base game content, and just the music and the like. I don't know, the atmosphere of the fight is just fantastic. I think the fight's really good. It's one of my favorite designed bosses. As far as gameplay, I don't think it's my favorite, but the design and the atmosphere, I think it's probably one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair take, actually. Sabi on 2 health here, but the boss is almost finished. I think he can close it out here.
Yep, and there it is.
That was really clean, considering. Good job.
So we've been seeing some pretty like nice boss strats from keyboard, like Fury Soulmaster earlier. Seeing Overcharm Grim here. Looks like we're seeing Overcharm Grim from April as well.
Alright, so that's the end of the segment there. And looks like if April can close this out, the controller will be a full Grim fight behind. Which is still very close, considering how far we are. Almost at the halfway mark.
Yeah, which isn't bad at all. And as we've seen multiple times already this race, it's going back and forth. I would not be surprised at all if we saw this shift back and forth a few more times before this race ends.
Unfortunately, April messed up the kind of initial damage cycle, and if you hit Grim before the fight properly starts, he'll get really angry and you get an extra balloon phase, which is pretty bad for timing, because you can't damage him at all during this balloon phase on 1-2-1. On current patch you actually can, so it's not so bad.
A little bit scary. I'll be just a couple of flukes away. Being stuck in the corner is scary. Good shade cloak there. Okay, gonna take a heal. I think that's totally fine. And you're one hit away from dying. overcharmed, that's not the worst call at all.
No,
And
definitely
clutches it
not.
out. There we go.
Yeah, it's nice to see both of the runners doing overcharm strats again. Seems like all of these players took this event quite seriously, actually. You know, practicing their segments. And the result of that is that it's still really, really close.
Yeah, so after this save quit, we're about 2 minutes, which is not insurmountable by any means. Like, so exciting. Our next two racers that are going to be coming up here are Valigna and I'm reading the wrong thing. Sour Cream Supreme for controller and Air to Saber for
Sour Cream
keyboard.
Supreme. All right, Valigna had some had to cancel, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this is going to be segment 6 out of 12. So we're getting almost to the halfway point here. Run is well underway. We're getting to some of the I was gonna say some of the harder bosses, but we've already done like Failed Champ and Soul Tyrant, so we've already got a couple of the hard ones out of the way.
Yeah, actually, I think this segment is going to be a little chill. They're going to go through Brooding Molech and down through Fog Canyon and all that stuff.
Start clearing out some of these areas for all the charms and grubs that they've got.
Yeah, and you're going to see the the legendary Umu one cycle tutorial, yeah, on 1-2-1 with Fluke Nest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's just 3 flukes, right?
Oh, is that your assumption? Is it, Lucas?
Okay, listen, I actually don't know if I've seen this in a while. I feel like I saw it at one point. A little bit.
Do you really
I
think
guess
it's
we'll
that
see.
simple? Do you really think it's going to be that simple?
Okay, well now you've got me intrigued. I'll pay very close attention.
All right. You better.
All right, we'll see. Unless this is one of the situations where like flukes don't deal damage in the correct way, but I guess we'll find out shortly.
Oh, I wonder if that's the case.
Oh,
You
no,
better be taking notes, Lucas.
oh, getting back at me for earlier. All right. All right, we've got a important bookmark. All right.
Oh, it looks like Sour's name is a bit misspelled. Sour Creme Supreme.
Sour Creme Supreme. Whenever I see a white screen now because of Hollow Knight, I think that somebody is soft locked. Which I know isn't what has happened on the right side here, but yeah. Yeah, sorry for the wait, guys. We're just getting things figured real quick. timer should be fixed, and we should be hopping into this next segment very shortly.
Honestly, the setup time has been pretty quick on average.
Yeah,
I was quite surprised.
there's a lot of moving parts, especially for just one person. Um, if you guys don't know, I'm pretty sure Blue has been running this basically on his own, um, and doing an absolutely fantastic job of it. So we have Blue to thank for this fantastic kind of celebration of Hollow Knight and the Hollow Knight community. So huge thanks to him. This has been fantastic so far.
Yeah, it's been a really fast turnaround as well from the him coming up with the idea of it to having submissions and then organizing everything.
Mm-hmm.
I've been really surprised by it, and it's been really, really fun to take part. So thanks a lot, Blue. You're really cool.
I was going to continue gushing about him, but he said ooh in chat, so I don't know. I might
Oh
have to
yeah,
stop now.
I'm gonna take that back. You're not cool at all. You're pretty cringe, to be honest.
No, go easy on him. Not the cringe. All right, getting this segment started off. Going to be making our way down to Moloch. Oh, you heart. Blue firing shots back. Through the overlay.
Oh my god.
Oh, I
Ri-
see.
Typing a
It's in
paragraph.
response. Yeah, it's response to us being nice and to chat being nice. Got it. Perfect. Okay, we got timer figured out on the right side now. Apparently we don't have game audio. So that will be fixed momentarily. Got it just in time to hear Erto dunk into the spikes there.
Alright, this quick kill on Brooding Moloch is quite cool. You like, there's a hitbox that exists before the fight and you just kill him like that.
I didn't even manage to see Moloch before they died. I guess yeah, they're just hanging out in the background there. You just reload the room.
Yeah, that's another thing that's not in current patch at all.
And Sour, just so it's kind of like out in the open here, definitely has not the most fantastic PC, so it's going to have a little bit longer of load times. We'll be seeing a bit of desync there as a result, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Sour is behind here by any large stretch. I'm gonna have to kind of keep an eye on timers to try and figure that sort of thing out.
Yeah, right, so Eto is now going over to Fungal to clear out Leg Eater's shop and also to kill Eldahu. These are kind of two things that we couldn't really do at any point before when we visited Fungal. But it's pretty convenient to use this shortcut in reverse with the Dream Gate as well to get back.
Both of them using that kind of like inventory drop down that fungal room and getting a couple bounces, which is yet again pretty satisfying to watch, pretty satisfying to do as well.
Also, the fragile charms. I think every casual player thinks they're the coolest thing in the world, but we don't actually use them much. Fragile strength though is going to be used a little bit, I think, in the Colosseums. The problem with this game is just that spell damage is so much higher than nail damage that the the fragile the fragile charms just aren't that good, especially until you get nail 4. Oh, okay, Valigna calling me out, saying that fragile strength isn't even used anymore. Wow. Okay.
2014 strats, damn it. He really called you out. Oh boy. Oh shoot, I lost what I was gonna say. That's okay. We'll let it linger on the boomer comment a little bit longer.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for letting that one linger.
Oh, I was just gonna say, imagine if there was a fragile charm that increased your spell damage. I don't really think spells need more damage, but it does feel like spells didn't really get touched by any of the fragile charms.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, fragile greed is kind of wasted, to be honest. Like, it really doesn't do much. That slot could have been something more interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a casual player, I was always just way too scared to use any of the fragile charms. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm paying attention.
are you
Here's
paying
Umu.
attention now?
Yeah, no, I'm listen.
Eyes peeled?
Eyes locked and loaded. I am not looking away from the screen. Okay, we Dream Nail twice. I noticed we're using Dream Wielder. Pull Umu around a little. Avoid damage. Okay, center of the arena. Damage tank. Yeah, it's just 3 flukes. All right, great.
Did you like that?
Yeah, yeah, great. Yeah. Let me just write that down so I don't forget. Oh man, that's so much nicer than I feel like any of the other categories I've seen for Umu. Um, I mean, like 112, it's not bad either. You just shriek it a couple times and it's dead, but still a little bit more effort than just fluke nest.
Yeah, it's perfect for this category as well. Just to see the boss kind of deflate like a balloon.
Oh man, poor guy. No, I take it back. He deserves it. He deserves all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate that boss. That boss stole some time from Rhino this morning.
Mm. Yeah. So I'm trying to diagnose where they are based on their timers because they are still about 2 minutes apart. Curious whether they've made up any time. It's hard to tell with the with the load times.
Yeah, they look like they've kept it pretty even, which makes sense. I mean, nothing big has really happened yet this segment.
But yeah, keyboard definitely looking strong at the moment. Playing that little movement gauntlet in Queen's Station safe from Erto. I think you've got a lead. Don't want to just face plant into any spikes or anything. I think that's super reasonable.
Yeah, also wanting to keep the health for the section coming up. They're gonna fight No Eyes, and No Eyes is doesn't have a great reputation among speedrunners as being a fun fight for various reasons.
For similar reasons to Umu. Um, Having to deal with RNG, not being able to hit like the boss when you want to, just a lot of little painful things.
Yeah, thankfully, Fluke Nest makes the fight more bearable than it usually would be, but it's always annoying. You know, the fight could be 1 second long, and I'd be really annoyed going into it.
All right, we're gonna see how No Eyes treats Erito here. Oh, yep. Yep, I took notes on that one too. That one was just 2 fluke nests. So that was great.
Yeah, to be fair, she can like teleport out of your fluke nest the moment you cast them, so it's not like the fight is
Trivial.
always going to go that way. Although it just did for Sarah as well, so
Yep, playing nice today. So dream gating out. Looks like we've got a grub or 2 to go pick up over here for Erito. I'm guessing we're also grabbing the vessel fragment.
yeah. Sadly, in this category, you skip over the little mossy boy there, Mega Moss Charger.
He lives today. Good for him.
And so in general, this kind of section of the route is they're just kind of going anti-clockwise through the game world, collecting everything. So right now they're in Fog Canyon and Green Path. Then they're going to go to Queen's Gardens, then later on to Deep Nest, and then around the right side of the map and up into Kingdom's Edge later on. Because at this point, you can get everything. It's just about how do you path between items as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get through all the movement quite quick. Kind of an awkward C dash on that ledge, but Erdo grabs that. Going to be moving towards getting Howling Wraiths here. So we're almost going to have all of the spells as well. You're going to have to wait for a little bit for Abyss Shriek, but it will come eventually.
Yeah, this arena can be a little annoying with Fluke Nest because you don't have the range of Shade Soul. So if the squits fly off in all different directions and try and run away from you, you kind of just have to chase them down.
Looks like they played nice for the most part. Pretty clean arena overall. Erdo grabs Wraiths. I also really like that kind of like hidden C dash up in the top left coming into this or coming into Mound.
Yeah, that's very new. I really like it.
Nice, pretty clean arena from Sour as well. Had to chase a little bit more, but got them out of the way pretty quick.
I think Sao has made up a little bit of time here. I think they're now. I think there's less than 2 minutes between them now.
All right, and then QG. We'll be getting Love Key here momentarily.
Yeah,
I
also
imagine
for
the combat there will be pretty quick too.
yeah, it will. For anyone who's kind of come in since the start, yeah, this is 106%, which means it's a maximum percent that you can get on the on the Grim Troop patch, which is before Godhome. So just 106. No Godhome stuff at all.
That was a really cute dream nail on the platform as it fell as well. I like that a lot. Both of them getting that hazard respawn as well. If you dunk into those spikes at just the right place, you'll spawn kind of below. and that will allow you to get that lever in a much faster way than you otherwise would have been able to.
Oh, we have some predictions to do coming up as well. Four grubs in this room coming up.
Right, yeah. So yeah, there's Team Cherry, you know, they programmed a great game, but they have hidden mimic grubs all over. So we'll have to see which one ends up being the mimic grub. I feel like last time I saw it, it was the third one in was the correct grub. So it's probably not going to be that one this time. I'm going to say it's probably the deepest one in.
Then I guess I'm gonna kind of match you and say the first one. I'm gonna bet
Okay.
it's the first one. Let's see if
Yeah.
Arto has a good nose for these. I mean, some people are just, really, really good at finding them.
I mean, when I go through, I just open all of them and then just pray. But I don't want to waste the time to just sitting and just like waiting for them to, or dream nailing them.
Oh my god,
Gamble
the
pays off.
correct guess. I love that. Lots of confidence. I mean, he's probably practiced this a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just kind of got to go for it, I guess. Sour coming into the same room. I'll stick with my guns as well.
Sour
like he tried-
also. Wow.
Wow, yeah, also third. It looked like he tried to hit the second jar but just missed. I wonder if he. Huh, interesting.
I mean, that'd be good backup if you're wrong, right? You just
Yeah.
kind of hit one on the way.
All right, well, good for both of them. Getting this dream tree out of the way. Just a little bit of extra essence here for all the dream gates that they take throughout the run.
The chat reactions to this every single time.
Sorry, chat. Some clean movement through QG here for both runners. And looks like this bench here is the end of the segment. So I imagine we're actually about pretty even after that. By the time Sour gets back into that bench, we'll be about tied up on time again.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly 2 minutes between them again. This
Yeah,
is really
so
close.
very even segment. Wow. All right, so that was segment number 6. So we're officially at the halfway mark. Controller is down by about 2 minutes. GG's to both those runners, like neck and neck that segment. Like that was fantastic. And we've got some pretty scary runners stepping into the ring too. For the next segment, we've got Palm and Guanqui, both fantastic runners, with some pretty top level times in different categories. So we'll just be getting that set up momentarily. And I believe this segment we're finishing our trip through QG. So we'll have the QG Arena, we'll have Marmu, we'll do Trader Lord. We'll see where things go from there. But definitely going to be a fun split to watch. If I die, I tier 3 sub to Adam. Well, that's kind of what keyboard might need to come back here. Or sorry, what controller might need to come back here. Controller needs to play really, really careful, and keyboard kind of just needs to make sure that they're holding their lead. not doing anything too risky. And see
I
where
mean,
things go from there.
at this point, the current separation is not really significant because Colors and Flower Quest still exist in the game. They're still yet to come. So yeah, I guess if you're on team controller, you really want Wonky to die here. Maybe if you're Adam, you especially want Wonky to die here.
For the tier 3 sub.
But if both of these runners have spectacular segments, then it's still going to be incredibly close at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I'm actually going to be leaving comms here. I'm going to be handing off to Rhino. It's getting a bit late here, so thanks everyone for watching. Thanks the runners so far that I've seen. You've done an amazing job, all of you. And I hope the race continues well from here.
Yeah, and thanks for commentating with me. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for helping guide me through this. Chat,
No,
everyone say bye to Zero.
You're really cool, Locus.
Great.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks.
All right, bye.
Alrighty. And then we've got Rhino in here.
Am I coming through all good? Is my audio good?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
I
Cool,
think you should
cool.
be coming through the stream as well.
Nice.
So how are you
full
doing?
I'm doing all right. I just got off work actually, which is why I was able to do this. But full disclosure, I know like nothing about this category. I have decent game knowledge overall, and I've run a lot of categories, but I don't really know this run, so this should be fun for me.
All right, cool. Well, we'll manage it together. We'll figure it out.
I believe in you, Locus. I believe in you. You're gonna carry me.
All right, so we've got Palm and Guanqui. Looks like they're both pretty well set up here. We're going to be going through QG for the majority of this segment, I believe, and we'll see where things go from there.
Yeah, looks like starting off with Marmu for this split. I know I just said I don't know anything about this run. I just have the notes up next to me, but it looks like we're starting with Marmu for this split, which is a I imagine with flukes every boss in this category is fairly easy, but I'm curious to see what strats people take in.
Yeah, we'll have the QG arena beforehand.
Okay.
But should be kind of a breeze with Fluke, like we mentioned.
Fluke makes everything easy, doesn't it?
It sure helps. Watching Umu and some of the other bosses with Fluke definitely.
Have we gotten to Watcher Night yet? Has that happened in this category yet?
Nope, Watcher Nights has
Oh,
not
man.
happened yet. So
Okay, so
that we will be able to witness that
Yeah.
later.
It looks like Guanqui is okay. Both runners getting going.
Yep. So we'll be heading up to the arena right now. Like I mentioned earlier, I can't imagine this arena is going to take them too long. They've got a good amount of soul going into it, and between D-Dark and Fluke, this should be pretty quick.
Locus, are you team keyboard or team controller?
So I play on controller, but it's coded as a keyboard.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm kind of like in between. I guess you'd probably call me controller though.
Fair.
Are you team keyboard?
No, I'm control. I play controller
you
actually.
controller?
Yeah, I'm a controller player. Yeah, I actually did my casual playthrough with keyboard, and it just didn't feel right to me. And I started speedrunning on controller.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I did my casual playthrough on Switch Joy-Con with
Switch Joy-Con. Oh, no.
with sticky drift. So if I ever stopped pressing a direction, my knight would just look up. So I'd have to hold the control stick in a very specific place. So that's
really funny.
I think I like keyboard better, but it hurt my hands, so I switched to controller.
Interesting.
So if you're repping controller,
keyboard. One thing I was going to say, one thing I do know from what little 106 I have watched is that these frogs suck, and it's very easy for runners to take a lot of damage here and potentially even die. So especially in a marathon setting, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few heals here.
Yeah, both runners here on 2 health should be able to make it through this kind of like gauntlet
There's a heal from Guan.
traps. Yeah.
I don't know if you just saw it. Gwonky down to 1 HP. Hopefully I didn't commentator curse him.
It's a little bit unfortunate too because these runners want soul for the Marmu fight.
Right.
So if they're using their soul to heal here, they're gonna have less to start the Marmu fight. But I imagine they don't. Yeah, they
Nice
don't
kill
need
from
much soul.
Gwonky. Yeah, real nice kill from Gwonky there. I think what 2 flukes that took.
Yep.
And then Palm, well executed as well.
All right.
So next, it looks like they're going to be heading to Trader Lord, according to my notes here. Very fun. Now, I believe for any like current patch runners in here, I think Trader Lord is a bit easier on this patch. I think it does less damage.
Gwonky
Not
on one
sure.
health.
Oh yeah, Gwonk. Yeah, gonna heal up there. Definitely smart.
You might have missed it, but as we were setting up the race, Gwonky put on his overlay that if he dies, he's tier 3 subbing to Adam.
Oh no.
So there's some people in chat that are kind of cheering for Gwonky death, and he's
I would
definitely
imagine Adam is one of them.
yes, Adam is most definitely one of them. So
That's
we're,
fantastic.
kind of holding out for that. But his movement through this room has been fantastic, and this is not
Yeah,
easy
really.
Palm getting kind of bullied by those Petras and really not trying to die here. So he's trying to get to a place where he can heal.
Yeah, I mean, Palm, from what I know of these two runners at least, Palm definitely a more experienced runner, been around the community a lot longer. Gwonky, I think he's even newer than I am in the community, but you know, he has some really impressive times in what he's run. So it's interesting to see these two go against each other in what I think is a really difficult segment here.
Also, this might come up a little bit later, so I'll mention it now, but Palm was kind of sitting right beside one of those spike launching enemies to heal, and to people who were kind of like, who have just played it on the current patch, that might look a little bit scary. But on this patch, those spikes just don't have a hitbox. I guess Team Cherry just forgot, but yeah, they don't have hitboxes.
Yeah, I remember when I actually learned this game like speedrunning on current patch, and I watched a couple like 1-2-2-1 runs just to learn the route, and that completely messed with me. Like, wait, why are those spikes not doing any damage at all?
Oh my goodness! And
Yeah.
I thought the Trader Lord fight was fast from Gwonky, and it
That's
was
crazy. Yeah,
but then it was even faster for Palm.
yeah. Palm is just really going to work on this segment. And judging by the times, it looks like that's what Team Controller needs right now. About 2 minutes behind ish.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna be making our way through Deep Nest next. We're gonna go say hi to Brum and get his flame in preparation for NKG eventually. And then, or do we just banish in this category?
In this category, I believe we fight NKG.
Okay, cool.
I think the decision for that was just a community vote that it's kind of boring to just banish NKG instead of fighting it. So
Cool.
yeah, somebody in chat asking why banish. As far as I understand, and from those I've asked, the reason is literally just that it would make the category less exciting. Whereas in 112 we banish because we fight NKG in the Pantheons anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Ray in chat answering the same reason as doing True Ending. It's just more exciting for the category. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, there's no like logical reason for it. You still technically get 106% even without Grim, but just more fun.
Yeah. And I think that's a fun thing to do, is just make the categories more fun to play and to watch. I think that's
Yeah, definitely.
super good.
So I'm having a hard time finding like in other categories I've commentated, I'm able to hype up the boss fights that are coming up, but a lot of boss fights are kind of a snooze fest in this category. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, which just makes the movement so much more important, I feel like.
Absolutely. No, that's a great point. Like, and that's something I kind of realized, because I came from any percent and started doing all skills, and it was almost because all skills bosses aren't too big of like run killers, but What you talk about movement being important and just like, man, how am I losing like 2 to 3 seconds on every single split? Oh, because movement. Like movement is just really important in categories like this.
And it's really cool to see some of these runners that like haven't focused quite as hard on, like, I don't think 106 is either of these players' main category, but just
No.
seeing their movement fundamentals from other categories transfer over is really, really satisfying.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
just tell
Palm,
they're
I'm
so-
not sure about, but Guanqi, I know for certain is not a 106 runner.
Mhm.
Alright, so doing the cute little beast end skip that pretty much, I think like every category except any percent does that. It really just requires what? Wings and C dash maybe?
Yeah. And claw.
And claw, right,
But
claw, of course.
Yeah, you're not usually getting here without claw unless you're playing rando.
Yeah, right. Good point.
So they're going to be making their way back. They've got a couple of charms and a couple of grubs to collect in Deep Nest, as well as killing Galeon. So they're going to be heading that way now.
Right. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I am curious to see Galeon with Fluke Nest here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be quick.
It's gonna be, yeah, I imagine. So I
And
don't
I
know
mean-
what the disparity was when this started, but it looks, Chad is telling me 227 behind.
Yeah, so it's been really back and forth, honestly. We've had like multiple segments where like one team is like 2 minutes or so ahead. It's been really back and forth, and it's been really good so far.
Interesting.
Keyboard definitely taking a lead here, but I
Yeah.
don't think that's insurmountable at all.
No,
You're
not
saying-
at all.
You have a hard time like hyping up some of these boss fights,
Mhm.
but we have some stuff that isn't going to be trivial coming up with like White Palace and
Coliseums.
Coliseum. Yeah, so
Yeah.
we've got some stuff that'll.
The Colos are going to be really hype. I don't know who's running what for each team, but I'm very excited. I know, not to take anything away from the runners on screen right now, who are both incredible in their own right, but we definitely have some really, really good runners coming up later in this relay too that I'm excited to see.
All right, so dropping a Dream Gate here. This is
Have you
going
run
up.
106, Locus?
I've done a little bit of 112, so
Okay.
not a ton. Some of the stuff is pretty similar, like some of this routing through like Deep Nest. You put Dream Gates in similar places, but
Okay.
for the most part, not really. But I know they're dropping that Dream Gate there, so they can come up here, get Tram Pass, do Galeon, get the grubs up here, and then they'll
There's
go back down.
Galeon.
Yeah, go
There
back
it
down
is.
to Nosk.
Okay, and then they, okay, got it. They do Nosk after. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a quick 3 flukes taking Galeon right out. Common folk.
A little bit of banter in
yeah.
Twitch chat.
Yeah, always good to see the community getting involved.
So we're going to be seeing Galeon from Palm real quick. There we
Again,
go.
real quick fight. And we see Guanqi. Okay, so they're going for Tram Pass here. It looks like. Yep, definitely. Okay. And I would
Guanqi's
imagine.
is just so clean.
Yeah, Guanqi, like he definitely, like I said, I know he's not a 106 runner, but it's very, very obvious he put in some practice and work ahead of this event because everything looks very, very clean. And again, I mean, Guanqi's got what, like a 34.08 something any percent run. You know, if you have that kind of time in any percent, your movement is at least good enough to transfer to other categories in a basic sense. So.
And with how fast he's gotten there too, like you can tell he's got a kind of
Oh,
work
yeah.
ethic.
Absolutely, yeah. There's some Dream Gating out here, and now they're heading over to Nosk, I think we were saying, right?
Yep, should be headed there
Alright.
shortly.
Now, if I remember correctly, I think you can actually, I think Nosk's hitbox is actually present before the fight starts, so I think the runners actually get some flukes on Nosk before they actually trigger the start of this fight, which probably makes it go even faster. I don't think it can quite kill Nosk before the fight starts, but I'm pretty sure they get some damage on him before. We'll see. My my only knowledge of 106 comes from watching Viz's stream. That's about it. And I remember in my casual playthrough, Nosk scared the crap out of me. I was like, wait, what is that thing there? How do I get to it? Why?
Yeah, Nosk was well, just Deep Nest in general. Like
Oh yeah.
like just they did such a good job of building such a terrifying atmosphere with Deep Nest.
We see Guanqi there get some flukes on Nos before the fight starts, but yeah, Deep Nest, and I mean it's funny now because like as a speedrunner and I know the game and stuff, it's whatever. But man, I was genuinely like creeped out by Deep Nest in my casual playthrough.
Yeah,
We see,
which I mean, props to Team Cherry for that. For
absolutely,
sure.
yeah. All right, so Nosk not seeming as trivial as other bosses have been in this category. Like, okay, that was still a lot quicker than normal, but it's definitely not as free as we've seen in other fights like Marmu and Galeon and whatnot.
Enough health that you can't just like completely cheese it. You can kind of.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you have to care a little bit about how you're performing. Right, so Guanqi dream gating out here looks like 148.08-ish.
Nosk not playing nice with with here. All these empty jumps just back and forth across the arena.
Poor
But
Palm.
we'll go down.
Yeah, poor Palm.
You don't like to see the empty hops across the arena when you're trying to get the opponent to walk into your flukes.
No, empty hops are like the worst thing that can happen for most boss fights even. All right, so about 150.35. So about 2.5-ish minutes, I think, if I remember my numbers correctly, of a lead for Team Keyboard here. Yeah, I gotta say, like, because I know that Team Keyboard had a lead, but we're still syncing the start of each segment. Very impressed that Guanqi is not only keeping pace with, but staying ahead of Palm. Like, that's really, really impressive to me. I mean that because Palm's a very, very good runner. A very, very good runner. So for Guanqi to be keeping up is really impressive to me. And do we know where we're headed to now?
I think once we get this this soul fragment, that's pretty much it for the segment.
Okay.
I think this segment ends at Tram. So once they make it over to the Tram after getting this, I think that's going to be the end of the segment.
Gotcha.
So pretty close overall.
Yeah, this is a really close. I mean, I know 2 minutes would normally be a lot in a speed run, but when you think about White Palace coming up, the Colosseums where you could totally die, and there's still a lot of run left to go. There's a lot, so I mean, it's definitely not over yet for certain.
And it's so fantastic as a spectator to be able to like see such a close race like this.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in a category this long. You know, it's to have such little disparity over however many hours. You know, Palm went for I don't know if I'd really call that a swag strat. I missed it earlier, but yeah, poking off the spikes there. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
really
saves
cool.
a little bit of time.
Never seen that. That was really cool.
All right.
Good stuff, Palm. Good stuff.
So Guanqi finishing at 150.08. Palm should be shortly after him here. But yeah, Keyboard making up even a little bit more time.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
really,
definitely
really
lighting
that
fire.
lead.
Yeah, under controller.
Yeah, do we know? Okay, then we have Cthulhu versus Murray. That's another star-studded lineup, I would say.
Yep, some very, very good runners.
Yeah, and I know just from watching his stream, Cthulhu has been doing a lot of 112 runs lately, so I'm curious.
Wonky.
Quonky making his message known.
Good lord.
Uh, Adam, we're totally sorry. No tier 3. With a whole lot of content.
NGG to Palm as well, making it to
Yeah.
the tram.
Great segment from both runners, yeah.
And we will be. Our next segment looks like Palor Basin, Hive, Markoth. So all the Kingdom's Edge stuff.
Hive's gonna be exciting. I know there's a couple mask shards and other things to pick up in there, grubs, etc. What else? I mean, I know there's the giant bees that can really give runners a hard time. So I'm curious to see if anybody has trouble with that.
The big bees.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we have Hive, but no Hive Knight on this patch.
Mhm.
So might look a little bit different than you're used to.
Yeah, so another runner in the community actually gave me like a quick text file of notes before I calmed this, because I was like, hey, I don't know this run at all. Can you help me? And one of the notes was just Hive is scary. So, yeah. I'm excited to see what happens there.
Hive is definitely scary.
Yeah. I have to step away for one moment. I'll be right back to help you out.
Yep, no worries. I'll cover for now. All right. So Murray and Cthulhu. So the name on the left is still wrong for now, but we'll get that fixed. And then controller is almost 3 minutes behind now, which is scary. Controller's definitely gonna have to kind of like kick it into gear. But yeah, exciting stuff. So this is segment 8 coming up here. So we're at 8 out of 12. All of the runners so far, like, thank you to all of you guys for participating. I know it's tough to kind of like put yourself out there on a, in front of a crowd, especially for like a race like this. So thanks to all the runners for, putting yourself out there and doing this. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, it gave me an excuse to take the morning off work.
Yeah. It's not a bad
Right.
thing either.
What I thought was really cool actually was I actually told like a bunch of my coworkers that this was going on, and that was why I was taking the morning off, and I know at least 3 of them tuned in to watch the race this morning, so that was kind of cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I love that.
Super cool.
Also, yeah, I know I've said this before, but huge thanks to Blue for setting all of this up. It's been fantastic so far, and I'm excited for everything that we've got left. This has been super cool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Blue's
I
MVP.
definitely haven't been keeping this on in the background at work all day, but yeah, I mean, yeah. From what honestly from what little I have been able to catch here and there, it's been a really fun event. I got to watch the 4 mass shards race a little bit because that's a really short one. I popped in and out of this race a little bit. I saw some of the rando. It's been a really good event, and I'm very impressed Blue was able to organize all of this and get it going so quickly.
Yeah. And also just thanks to everybody in the community who's helped kind of like push this and make it what it is too. Yeah, it wouldn't be what it was without everybody who's here. So thank all you guys for coming out and watching and supporting too.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we're pretty close to getting in on this next section. Looks like both of our runners are pretty much ready. Both hanging out on the bench. Oh, I don't know if I've ever seen the animation with Grimchild sleeping.
Oh no, I didn't see. It looks like Cthulhu is
That was so cute.
off to the races,
Yep. Both heading on out.
and then Murray. There we go. Yeah. So we were saying, as you said, we're gonna do Palor Basin, go through Hive is a big part of this segment. Hive and Collector, probably the two notable things we do in this segment.
Man, these Grimkin are
Not being nice.
not nice. Oh,
Murray might die. Oh my gosh.
1 HP, and you want to use that for a spell? Okay.
Yeah. Oof. Gotta be careful here.
Yeah, doesn't want to spend the time going back to the bench.
Mhm.
Oh, he needs the soul for the dive here. He's going back and hitting the.
jeez.
He needs it for the grub.
Oh, Murray taking a death. Oh no.
I mean, this is what team controller needs.
Right. This is a big opportunity for Cthulhu to close some of that gap. Wow. Yeah, at the very least, I mean, there's no such thing as a good death, really, but it's not the worst death Murray could have taken. You know, it's not setting, yeah, right here. It's not too big of a time loss. Obviously, still a chance for team controller to catch up, but a death in a run could be much worse than what we just saw.
Yeah, for sure. It's about as close as a bench is going to be when you die.
That's true. Yeah.
I think the only thing that might like take up less time would be like a death at a start of a dream boss.
Oh yeah.
Dream nail and just go right back in, but definitely a little bit of time lost there. Cthulhu already making his way clean through Hive.
Yeah. Yeah, just watching Cthulhu's movement, he looks very prepared for this section.
I know he's been doing a decent amount of 112 lately. And while it's going to be a little bit different because there's no Hive Knight, most of the movement through Hive is going to be the exact same.
Yeah, to my knowledge, there aren't any real differences between current patch and 1221 Hive. Obviously, you know, we said Hive Knight, obviously, but aside from not having to do a boss fight, not really too much different here. So I think Cthulhu's pretty prepared. Getting the Grimkin. Oh no. Looked like Cthulhu took a hit after he had killed it already, but
Yeah, that was interesting.
So this this area Cthulhu just got to here, where we save a grub. I cannot tell you how many stupid, idiotic ways I attempted to get up there in my casual playthrough. Like like the way I did it was I drew bees over there and pogoed them.
Yeah.
I didn't think to just C-dash from the wall and do it.
I think that's what I did like on my first speed run of like 112. I couldn't figure out how to get it. I didn't really follow a guide. I just kind of, you know,
I actually remember that. Believe it or not, I actually watched most of the stream you did where you just had somebody splits and you just YOLO'd through it without any guide or any help.
Yeah, that stream can be forgotten. It's fine. We have not gotten Shriek yet. We still have to take another few trips down to Abyss. That'll happen.
Right.
A little bit later.
Well, and there's the arena where we would see Hive Knight. In this patch, again, there's really nothing there. Let's get Hive Blood and then quit out. Very nice Hive from Cthulhu. That was really clean. Yeah, and where Murray is here, taking damage isn't a huge deal because that mask shard actually completes a mask, which gives full health back anyway. So it's okay to take some damage there. Not really a huge loss.
Yeah, it's a very nice way of routing out this section, just knowing that you're going to have the full heal at some point, just because Hive is not very nice sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. So now going through Kingdom's Edge, I'm told that the routing in Kingdom's Edge, I don't know specifically what, but I've told the routing that they do is fairly new. Somebody in chat may know more than I do, but that's what I'm told. But I do know that while here, we get Dash Slash, we get Mark Off, all the fun Kingdom's Edge things.
Grabbing this grub real quick. Ooh, clean movement through those worms.
Yeah, real nice.
Kind of thread the needle there.
And honestly, any precise movements like that or any tricky skips, I give so much more credit even in a tournament / marathon setting, because there's just so much. There's so many nerves that can go on in a tournament setting when you know how many people are watching you and you know that you can't reset if things go wrong. So it's super impressive to me to see some of the movement here.
Mm-hmm. Cthulhu making very good time through here.
Yeah.
Murray having a little bit more trouble with these Whorms. They didn't really play quite as nicely for him.
I don't know why, but Whorms just make me laugh. I can't put a thumb on why. Something about the way they look and the name Whorm just makes me laugh.
Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, I don't know how I feel about them.
Enemy.
They they're Hollow Knight enemies.
Yeah, right.
They have a lot of character.
Yeah. Oh man. So I haven't been paying close enough attention. Have they put Fluke Nest back on for Markoth, or did they do this fight without it?
Good question. I imagine they still have it on, but it'd be hard to say.
They have it for Markoth, is what I'm told. Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Yeah, real clean climb from Murray there. Wow. Yeah, I gotta say, even with the death, Murray is still keeping pretty good pace behind Cthulhu.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very good. Getting some soul there for Cthulhu on those mini hoppers. And yep, Markoth goes down. 3
Real
well-placed
quick.
flukes. And that's all she wrote.
Yep, and it looks like we'll be collecting some nail arts here. / here while on Kingdom's Edge. Getting looking at my notes. I gotta be honest, I saw / for quick / on my sheet and just my brain my brain just assumed okay / equals nail art, but no, that's a charm. So we're getting / here, then quick / then heading to collector. So real clean segment from both runners so far.
Mm-hmm. And then after collector, I think that's basically this segment. These guys have kind of barreled through their segment. This has been very quick.
Yeah.
But the collector fight will be one to keep an eye on. One thing to note about the collector fight for those people who don't know, unlike a lot of boss fights in the game, you can't actually get soul from hitting the boss with your nail. So he spawns a lot of like little enemies and you have to get soul off of them.
That is correct, because unlike Hornet, collector is void.
I don't know whether we should open that can of worms, but you know. But that's always an interesting fight to see. There's also kind of some quick kill setups with him, where you can skip the kind of like scream at the start. So we'll have to see how those fights end up playing out.
Yeah. Oh man, there's some people in chat big mad at me right now. I love it. I could have just as easily said, just like Hornet, collector is void, but I have no opinion. For what it's worth, I have no opinion on the matter. I just wanted to stir some, or ruffle some feathers here. But... Yeah, and I think, like you said here, they pick up quick / and collector. Then I think that's the segment. It looks like the segment ends at King Station bench.
Murray,
which Murray, Murray having some trouble with that.
And then he got the soul he needed, and then he fluked rather than diving. So we definitely lost a little bit of time there.
Poor Murray. But like we keep saying, this is what Team Controller needs. You know, Cthulhu playing exceptionally clean this whole segment, and Team Keyboard making some mistakes.
Yep. And like, when we say mistakes as well, like, these are pretty small things from Murray. Like,
yeah.
But just with how fast Cthulhu has been kind of clearing through this, like, it ends up mattering.
Yeah, very much so.
All right, so we're gonna see the collector fight. Cthulhu gets the scream skip.
Nice.
Dream nails. Collector might already almost be dead. Might be
I
like
think so, yeah.
gonna use D-Dark here rather than Fluke. And there he goes. Collector down pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
I like the use
Almost.
of D-Dark there rather than Fluke. It just gets rid of all the other like annoying kind of enemies that are just flopping around.
Yeah, agreed. A bit more area damage, and let's be honest, it's kind of content. A little boring just watching flukes constantly.
I like Flukes, but
I do too. I wish I ran a category that used flukes. So what happened to flukes on current patch? I mean, obviously they were nerfed, otherwise they'd be used a lot more, but I don't know specifically how.
yeah, I think mostly it's just damage numbers. Like on this patch, they do
Gotcha.
like 112 for each like oh Murray Dream gating
Murray.
out.
Yeah, I can't help but think that was a mistake or something went wrong here.
Accidentally fluked instead of a dive. Oh, invulnerable collector glitch, apparently.
Oh no, that really stinks.
If you kill it with fluke, you soft lock. Oh, okay. Well,
Oh,
so that's part of why they were doing dive there.
gotcha.
Is because they don't want to kill it with
Oh my god, Murray giving me a heart attack.
the health.
Yep, Murray called out the collector right there.
He said, hey, I'm not gonna let this happen again.
Murray stood his ground and called him out. My gosh, I had a mini heart attack.
Wow, very clutch. Very clutch. Wow.
Yeah, this closed the gap quite a bit, though, actually.
It closed the gap quite a bit, but not half as much as I thought it was going to.
Yeah, same.
Like, we're looking at maybe a minute's difference now between the two. And, like, with a death and having to completely restart the collector fight, I would have expected more time. Okay, Murray playing it safe with the
Yeah,
Bellfly up there. 1
definitely
HP.
understandable. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah, big GGs to Cthulhu there. Really, really well executed segment. And Murray. You know, he stayed pretty tough in there even with the death. So
Yeah,
GGs
like
to both runners.
for having a death and having to restart the collector fight, like that was so clean. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
and also for clutching out collector while starting it again on 2 health.
Oh god.
Like, what a madman. I would have like sat there and dream nailed a fly and then healed a couple
yeah.
of times. Like, I would have been like, I have to take a damage tank at the start of this fight. Like, let's just be safe. And he's just like, on 2 health, like whatever. Like, it's good.
Especially in a tournament setting or marathon setting rather. And then the absolute courage to just stand there and swing the nail when collector is about to hit him. That was more anxiety than I needed for the weekend.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So we're up to segment 9 here. Highlights of this is going to be Watcher Knights and Lurian, as well as White Defender.
Yeah, so a little trivia here. 106, to my knowledge at least, is the only category where we don't even bother with the chandelier. The reason being is that with Dreamwielder and Flukes, it is literally faster to kill the extra Watcher Knight than to go up and get the chandelier.
Yeah.
That is
That
just how
sounds
broken
right.
it is. Yeah.
We have Okozar and Corporal Acorn coming up for their respective teams to do these 2 boss fights, Watcher Knights and White Defender, and then there's also some shopping going on in this segment. And then after this, we're kind of off to the races with segment 10 being Flower Quest, segment 11 being Kalos, and segment 12 being White Palace. So
yeah, that's why no matter what the lead is right now, it's too close to, like you said, with Flower Quest, anything could happen there. You know, like one small little mistake, you got to redo the entire segment. Colosseums, anything could happen. White Palace, so really, really exciting sections coming up. So
Looks
what
like-
is the shopping section? Is that with Grubfather?
So that's Grubfather. That's buying like everything from Sly, basically.
Okay.
And then also like, um, I think some of the shopping happens during the Flower Quest. Like I think Salubra gets bought out during Flower
Okay.
Quest. We've already got Leg Eater done. So I think it's mostly just buying out everything at Sly, um,
Makes
and
sense.
also just getting everything from Grubfather. Um,
Cool.
yeah, I think it's just Grubfather, and then also grabbing Nailmaster's Glory.
Oh
'Cause it
yeah,
is
Snow
where we
Masters.
have all of our nail arts.
Which I do believe Nailmaster's Glory is used in the Colosseums.
Yeah.
All right, looks like both runners are ready to start. Cropping looks good. And they're off. Okay.
Yeah, so about a minute and 15 seconds difference now. Already seeing a tiny bit of divergence. Oko taking the bottom path, Acorn taking the top path, both of them collecting some soul. Both going to the same place, getting this grub.
Nice. Now I'm stuck here thinking which of those routes is optimally faster, or it might just not make enough of a difference.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're both taking different paths here, just as
Mhm.
far as collecting soul, but they look functionally almost the same.
Right. And have we been up here yet in this run? Have we opened up the lever?
I do not believe so.
Okay. No, I actually learned like 2 days ago, by watching the All Skills tournament, that a very good safe backup to that lever skip if you're nervous about getting it through the floor is you can dash slash it from the side. And I just never thought of that because they don't really run much besides any percent. But
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that either.
yeah, right. If especially if you take the safety bench there before watchers, you can just come back and dash slash that. Works good.
Another dash slash skip there, getting the grub all the way through that gate. Don't actually have to kill that Great Husk
Right.
Sentry.
And Acorn not getting hit. So yeah, we're gonna see here again. The runners do not go for Chandelier. Just a lot of dream nailing, then some flukes, and 1, 2, and that's a Watcher Knight. that's how this
Yeah.
fight goes.
And I mean, with Dreamwielder giving you so much soul, you're always going to have enough soul for each of these knights as they come out.
Right.
So it's going to be a pretty clean fight here.
Oko taking a hit, but not too big of a deal. In a fight that's over in about 20 seconds, taking a hit isn't really the worst thing.
Yep.
And there it is. Any percent runners in shambles right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Acorn having a bit more difficulty with this fight. He could die. Okay. Oof. I was very scared there
Yeah,
for a
I feel-
second.
Oh, never mind, I guess.
What's up?
I was just going to say maybe heal while you're waiting for the gate to
Oh, yeah.
open, but I guess it doesn't matter a whole lot. Also, this is a little like stepping back a little bit, but Corporal Acorn did get lost in that dark room for a little bit. So between the fight and kind of getting lost in that dark room, Keyword might be making up a little bit more time here. We might be in for a pretty close race.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I mean, they both started around the same time, and we see Oko already in Lurian's dream sequence here, so definitely a little bit of time save on that fight.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see though. After Watcher Night here, they're going over to get Nail 3 now, and Nail Smith, and then White Defender, which is a fairly fun boss in this category.
So it looks like Oko might be using the wrong save file.
Uh-oh.
I don't think it's going to end up being a big deal. The only thing that would matter is if Oko didn't have enough Geo to buy everything. But like, I think he has more Geo, so it shouldn't matter. You should still be able to buy everything, and because each save happens for the start of each like we have saves for the starts of each segment, it won't affect any of the future segments either. So
Yeah, as
if you're
long as
listing
Oko
favorites,
actually,
that's fine.
yeah, as long as he actually goes and gets all of the geo that would be required in a normal run, I don't see an issue with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like people in chat saying the same thing. As long as he doesn't skip any geo, then it should be fine.
Yep. Not seeing any discrepancies as far as route goes, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely.
The first time I was doing 112%, doing that C dash that Corporal Acorn just did through that whole room,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that I had to send that elevator back up. So you
Did
just
you hit the
you just try and
spikes?
C dash all the way through that room. Yeah, you hit the spikes, and then it spawns you at the very start of the room again.
Oh God, that's
So
awful.
you have to go back up to the wall and C dash all the way across again.
Oh, yikes.
Acorn a little bit more informed by me or than me having the elevator up.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, so runners are going to be heading to White Defender now. Now, from what I know, it is possible to get a scream skip on the second phase of White Defender, but it's incredibly difficult to pull off. So definitely something to keep an eye on as both these runners do that fight. Oh man, also another I'm totally a monster. In my casual playthrough, I totally killed the shit out of Nailsmith.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that there was another option. Like,
same, I didn't know there was another way.
yeah. So I definitely killed him as well, but
Yeah.
I hope that he is saved this time.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I was gonna say if you could go back, would you kill him again?
No. I've seen some people recommend some pretty heinous things.
Like shade souling.
Well, shade souling him. Some people want him to be able to be killed with a crystal dash.
Oh no.
Which I don't think is actually possible. Which I think that'd be very mean.
Yeah. So one thing to note too, we see Acorn kind of juggling White Defender here. To my knowledge, it's actually possible to do the entire fight this way. Obviously not optimal to just hit with your nail and avoid the fluke damage, but it looks like Acorn does not care about what I have to say and might just do that for the whole fight. Okay, finally a misstep.
There is something very satisfying about just being like, hey, I'm just going to keep you here for the whole fight. And we're going to play volleyball. But yeah, I think with how much damage flukes do, it might not quite be worth it.
Real nice fight from Oko. Corporal not getting that scream skip. Unfortunate. But again, it's a very, very difficult scream skip to pull off. Okay, and a nice clean fight from Acorn as well. So now runners heading back up. It is now shopping time, which I can only imagine is not a very, very exciting part of this run. So
what I want to start doing with my stream when I do 112 runs is when you're getting items from Grubfather, he can say two things. He can say oh, what is it? It's like way, and then the other one is what is the other one? I don't know. It seems like a 50% chance to say either one, and I'm sure we'll hear as we get there. Oh yeah, waha. So he says the two of them. And I want to do side bets on which ones he says more often.
So like you would just sit there counting it the whole time.
I've got nothing else to do. We're waiting for the geo to fall.
Most runners I know literally get up and go to the bathroom during that section.
Yeah.
Like you said, what else are you gonna do?
So I think that would be fun, but we'll have to see when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can count the count on stream right here. I'm not going to, but people in chat, feel free.
Yeah. I don't even have audio, so.
Yeah, neither do I. Gotcha.
Sad. But that's okay.
I was gonna say, very sad not having audio.
And here
Oh,
goes
big-
Grubfather for both runners.
Yeah, fun fact, a lot of people think that Grubfather eats and consumes all of the grubs. That's actually not true. Did you know that?
Wait, he eats his kids?
Yeah, so if you leave this room, then come back after you save all the grubs, Grubfather will be laying in the middle of the room, like super big and bloated, like a massive specimen.
Why would he eat them?
Also, what actually it is in whatever bug or animal they're based off of, the parent actually like consumes the children to act as a vessel for metamorphosis, and so it's what allows them to morph into grubberflies actually. So a lot of people think, oh, he's a monster because he's eating them, but in actuality, he's allowing his children to morph to the next phase of their life, and he actually dies in the process because they burst out of his body. So in actuality, he's not murdering or eating his kids. He's actually being a super awesome dad. A lot of people don't know that.
I think that's sad. I don't think you should eat your children. But
He's trying to help them become grubberflies.
one thing here, Oko is showing pretty heavy mastery of this shopping segment. He's not allowing any geo to be sitting on the ground for longer than like half a second, and that's for leg reduction. So
Right,
leg reduction. Is a big thing. So this is gonna save his team a ton of time. And there he goes. He gets Grubberfly's Elegy. As you can see, it saved a lot of time there.
Right. He probably saved about a good 2 or 3 minutes there with a lag reduction, if I had to guess. Maybe 4.
Yep.
Oh gosh. In all seriousness, I do think you're right. I do think it actually can cause a little bit of lag.
Yeah. No, I think just a small amount, and I think that's just if you
Yeah.
actually like leave all of it sitting there for like a really long time. But
Right.
yeah, it's not quite that big of a deal.
Yeah, some people in chat were talking about that story being kind of dark. It reminded me I shared this in the Discord, but one of my coworkers who watched the run this morning, he was like, "So you defeat the final boss to like take his place and be locked in where he was. That's kind of grim." I'm like, dude, this game's lore in its entirety is insanely grim. Like, that is the game.
Why did they have to make everything so cute?
You're right. Yeah.
All right, we're on a shopping spree now.
Buying out
we
everything.
can.
And then I think that's the split then. I think they bench at Dirtmouth, and then we're on to the 10th segment.
Yep, which is going to
Flower
include
Quest.
which is
Oh yeah.
scary.
Yeah, if I could not do a category with Flower Quest. It just the amount of stress that would put me under. Oh my goodness. I have seen very, very top runners lose good paces to taking a hit in Flower Quest.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's the segment for both runners there.
So keyboard gaining a little bit of time there back.
Mhm.
About 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead with 3 segments left. So definitely getting there now.
Yeah, it's definitely getting harder for Team Controller to make a comeback, but again, we talk about the types of segments we have coming up with the Kalos and Flower Quest and White Palace. There's definitely a lot of things that can go very, very wrong here, so it's going to be interesting to see if Keyboard holds on to the lead or Controller makes it back up.
But yeah, GG's to both those runners. That was
Yeah.
fantastic. Showed us some cool
Yeah.
fights. But yeah, definitely not going to be over. I'm just like looking at the final segment. The final segment has White Palace, NKG, THK, and Radiance.
Yeah, that is a rough time. And Abyss Climb too, which I know isn't like a huge time loss or whatnot, but
but definitely not trivial.
Yeah, not trivial at all. I'll be excited to see what happens there.
All right. So we're getting Edimo and my pet cactus in here for this one.
Nice.
And then the remaining runners on each team are Axe to You and Doveless for team keyboard, and Emre and Visuals for team controllers. So
Ooh.
some killers coming up for
That
sure.
is a very strong anchor to both sides there. Axe, obviously, the current world record holder in this category, and Viz at number 2, and Emre, obviously a very experienced runner in many different categories. So this is, I'm expecting some really high level gameplay here in these last segments.
Looks like both of these runners are pretty much ready here.
Looks like we have in the next up section, it looks like we have the names switched up for what it's worth. I don't know who's in
Yep.
charge of that overlay, but just wanted to point that out quick.
Interestingly enough, Cactus still having like 2,000 more geo, which is interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
But I'm looking at the segment, and I don't think there's anything they buy here. Oh no, they buy at Salubra.
Oh yeah, they do.
Huh, I guess we'll
Yeah,
pay attention.
I think both runners probably have enough to do what they need to do anyway, so I don't think it'll be an issue, but yeah.
I'm thinking there might be one charm notch that they might not,
okay.
but what we'll see. We'll pay attention.
Mm-hmm. All right. There's Cactus's timer. So while we're just waiting for the runners, did you happen to see yesterday Scurry was playing through Hollow Knight as far as they could get with a dance pad? Did you happen to catch any of that?
I heard. I didn't manage to catch any myself, but my goodness,
It was a
people
bit
are taking
wild.
this game further than I expected it to be taken.
Yeah, they actually
which is
got up to leg eater from what I heard.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I can't imagine fighting Hornet, like even Hornet 1 with a dance pad.
Yeah.
The real question is, would Team Dancepad go on, or would Dancepad go on Team Keyboard or Team Controller? I don't know.
I think they got to make their own team. I don't think anybody's claiming that.
A whole team of Dancepad.
I don't think
Oh,
anybody's
man.
saying, "Hey, yeah, you can play dance pad for that
Yeah.
segment on our team."
Jeez.
We
It'd be
all
a
love
great
skirt.
workout, I imagine.
Yeah. There have been some really interesting things that have like been kind of routed to. Like I know this is a while ago, but Beef Master was routing blindfold percent.
Oh yeah.
But like all the way past like past Hornet blindfolded. Which took some
That's
time
kind of
for sure. But,
crazy.
like yeah, just knowing the rooms.
I can't imagine doing like a fireball skip blindfolded.
Yeah.
That's just crazy to me. That's absolutely insane. Looks like just trying to crop the runners' names and times. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with because I was very curious about how a relay race was going to go in a marathon setting, and I'm really impressed how we were able to get this done.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far.
Mhm.
technical difficulties apparently. It'll take a
Yeah.
couple seconds, but it's no issue.
Mm,
Looks like we're getting back into it.
There we go.
I've been toying with the idea of running Glass Soul
Ooh.
and seeing what kind of time I could get with that. Um, obviously, the first challenge would just be finishing a Glass Soul run.
Right.
And for those of you in chat who don't know what Glass Soul is just so Steel Soul. If you die, it's permadeath. Glass Soul is if you hit, you get killed, like you die.
Yeah, you have 1
Uh,
HP max and you can't get any more at all. Like, even if you try and pick up lifeblood, it doesn't give you more max. I think it just it makes your nail more powerful, I think.
yeah.
I think so. Yeah, you can't have more than 1 health at any time. So
So I
1
think
hit
that
equals permadeath. That would be content. I'd watch it.
looks like we're pretty close to getting ready here. Cactus has Bretta cheering him on. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, that's definitely an unfair advantage. The motivation is pretty substantial from that.
But looks like the runners are off here.
There we go. Right, so again, just a refresher, this segment involves getting the Woken Dream Nail, Flower Quest. I think we said buying out Salubra, right?
I think we go, or as we go by Salubra,
Okay.
buy all of her stuff because we take the route through Blue Lake, and then we say hi to Salubra on the way. I think we also do go Mask Shard while doing Flower, which is kind of
We do, yes, we do.
a
God.
little bit dicey, but
Yeah, I mean, I got hit there doing 4 Mass Shard runs all the time. I can't imagine the I can't imagine having to do with the pressure of carrying the flower with me.
just play it very carefully with the Flower.
Yeah. You calmed the 4 Mass Shard run earlier, didn't you?
Yep. Yeah, me and
Yeah,
Insomnia.
that was a crazy close run too. That was really good.
Oh yeah, that was very entertaining. If anybody wants to check out that run, I highly recommend going back and watching that race because it was. I mean, it's a quick run, so it doesn't take much time, and it's very optimized, so it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, I know it's a meme category, but 4 Mask Shards is unironically one of the most optimized categories that we have, and B, it's a really good category for learning like basic early game movement. Because in a run that short, every single mistake is magnified so much. So it's actually a very fun category. And again, it's probably the easiest one to learn too for someone that just wants to do a speed run and get involved in Hollow Knight. I mean, the whole run, for a beginner, you could probably do it in about 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and also it's good practice for when you don't have like other forms of movement, because I actually think the movement is pretty tight in this game when you don't have dash or you don't have like claw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of those early sections are actually some of the hardest in some of these runs, so it's good practice for that sort of thing.
Yes, a lot of that movement is what makes me like low percent so much, actually, which I would not recommend anybody run low percent. It's a very cursed category, but it is fun if you hate yourself and want to give it a shot.
Yeah, low percent's a hard sell.
Yeah, low is a very difficult sell. Yeah, I mean the only movement we get is we get C dash and claw. That's it. We actually, I'm thinking of it because we see Cactus right now. We actually have to do this part of Blue Lake backwards without dash, so we're just jumping up and down the whole time for like a good minute.
Both Edemo and Cactus making it through Flower like pretty cleanly so far. I'm like watching them move, and I'm like, it doesn't even look like they're that nervous. They're holding Flower. Like I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous, but yeah, they don't need to be nervous. I'll be nervous for them. Jeez.
So Cactus left 2 charm notches. I'm just curious whether they're gonna buy the same amount of charm notches.
Yeah, looks
Yep,
like it. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think charm notches are actually a percent in this game.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
But it could just be a small time discrepancy.
Right,
but
it could
they
be.
both-
Yeah, it could be that it allows a certain charm setup that does save the time that it's worth.
Yeah, or even just the time spent buying the charm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely. And that's actually silly. 'Cause we were just talking about low percent. That was silly of me to ask about charm notches because there's actually a charm notch in low percent that we do pick up because it gives us full health back after the Shroomel Ogres and doesn't take a percent, so it's kind of free.
Yeah, my heart right now. These guys are not taking
God,
this section slow.
No. Sure are.
Like they're going through this fast.
Yeah. Now,
yeah.
the question here is, if you're Cactus and you know your team's got a 2-minute lead, and you know that you can literally lose that entire lead just by taking one hit here, do you play a little safer than you might normally in like legitimate PB attempt or something?
I mean, it looks like his answer is no.
He does not
but
care. He's going all out.
that was so
Oh
close.
my
No, I think I'd probably play a little bit safer, but like,
Yeah.
oh, NMO takes a hit. That's really
and
unfortunate for team controller.
that is crushing. Yeah.
Especially because you kind of have to go fast as team controller here. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you need to, if you want to make up time. What's so bad about taking damage? So if you've done flower quest before, you have to get this flower all the way across the map without taking damage. So taking damage means the flower is destroyed, and now they have to go back.
Yes, it is in fact called the delicate flower. Now, to be fair though, Cactus isn't out of the woods yet. There's still some sections coming up where he could definitely get hit and allow Adamo to crawl back into this segment, but
Honestly, I agree with you. He's not out of the woods, but with how confident he's done the rest of this segment, I'm actually like less nervous for him.
oh my, like just watching him, you would, the way he's running, you would think that he was just like in debug mode in practice right now. Like he doesn't care. He's just running real free, real confident. Great to see.
But at this point, like if he takes a hit, I mean, this is about as late as you can take a hit on Flower Quest.
Yeah, definitely.
So he does have to be careful. Last room, so.
Yeah. And at this point, yeah, there you go. So that's going to be a big, massive time save.
Okay, he's gonna make it out of there. Enemo taking it a little bit slower this time. These kind of sections are just so punishing because you don't want, like, you want to go fast, but then there's the risk involved with going fast. And then if you take one hit, you want to go less fast because you don't want to get hit again and lose even more time. So it's just like there's such an inherent like snowball effect attached to this.
Definitely a very well. I don't know if I
need to do Golden Master.
Yep, I don't know how realizing he doesn't need to go back. There we go.
So I think this was the room he got hit in last time.
I think it was around here. Yeah, I was watching Cactus when Adamo got hit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There you go, Cactus over charming with that Nell Masters. Where do they head now?
Oh boy.
They just headed to the Coliseum bench.
Yeah.
And that segment setting up for a fun showdown between Emre and Axe, two incredibly gifted runners. Very excited to see how they attack the Coliseums.
Yeah, I've seen both of these runners literally just walk through the colos.
Yeah,
so I'm excited to see them.
yeah, definitely. And I gotta be honest, especially with those two, I don't expect nerves to be too big of a factor, knowing that they both of them have done many events like this.
Blue.
Blue, mute your mic. Somebody's gotta tell
Blue, we're trying to get in contact with Blue.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, no worries.
It's all good, Blue. That's just Blue, the organizer of this event, forgetting to mute his mic a little. But
Very good.
it happened. Yeah. There we
Edimo
go.
getting there. Only a couple more rooms for Edimo.
And Cactus getting to the bench here. Now, is this bench taken in normal 106 runs, or was this just added for the sake of this relay race? I actually don't know.
Wait, sorry, what was your question?
How Cactus takes this bench here, do they actually bench there in 106, or is Cactus just doing this, as a stopping point for the relay?
Yeah, chat's saying that they're added for the
Okay.
relay, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, because I saw Cactus equip his charms at King Station bench, so I just think, Oh.
No.
oh no, what did I looked away for 2 seconds to have a sip of water. What did I miss?
I mean, take a guess.
Oh no, oh no. I'm literally falling down in my seat, seeing this is heartbreaking. My heart is actually broken right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts.
That's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I don't envy Edimo here. Like, it sucks to have that happen. But like, I feel like this could happen to almost anybody under, like, in a race scenario under this much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about.
Hard segment.
I was gonna say we don't have to talk about some nerves mistakes I made this morning, so I totally understand that. Totally get it. But yeah, and,
Oh,
what you
floaty jump too.
what you were just talking about with the whole mental aspect of this now is, Adamo now, he probably feels like he has to go faster, but at the same time he wants to play safe and careful. So this doesn't happen a third time, but this is a really, really tough place to be in.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if that was floaty jump. That really sucks.
Yeah, that is.
And for those of you guys who don't know, floaty jump is like, I don't know why it happens, but sometimes when you double jump, you just can't, you can't do the full, or sorry, it just forces you to do a full double jump.
Right.
And I actually don't know why it happens, but apparently that's what happened there. So it's like something where Edimo probably did the right inputs, but just game doesn't know how to handle them sometimes.
Yeah, I think people were talking about this yesterday in the All Skills channel, if my memory serves me correctly, and it had something to do with like, it's something to do like if you double jump on the frame right after you give a normal jump, it like forces it to be a max height jump for some reason. I don't think anybody knows why, but yeah, very, very unfortunate for Adamo.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because, yeah, it's something that's pretty out of your control if you aren't super aware of that. And I feel like the only way you're super aware of that is just by it happening.
Yeah, and the funny mental thing I go through with a lot of those bugs in this game is a part of my brain is always like, oh my god, like how could the developer, like why can't they fix this? And then I remember that I am the one who chooses to run this game on an older patch, so I really have no ground to stand on.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think like this is, I don't want to say that this is good that this happened, but I think it's pretty perfect to have some 1-2-2-1 jank happening in some of the races. Because
I'm being told by chat that it happens on current patch as well, so rip.
Oh, never mind. Well, I mean, still fitting. Getting some Hollow Knight jank in some of this really kind of speaks to the other part of Hollow Knight speedrunning that is or should be highlighted on Community Day, which is just sometimes there's jank.
Sometimes there's jank, yeah. It's every runner is very familiar with either dropped inputs or other random jank. Hungry walls is a favorite of mine. Anybody that has had a fireball disappear when standing with their back to a wall is very familiar with hungry walls.
It has definitely happened.
Yeah. While Adamo's going through here, have you had a chance to look at much of the new patch that Team Cherry kind of shadow dropped on us recently? Or at least
I
the
haven't
beta of it.
touched it.
Yeah, me
And I don't
either.
think I'm planning on touching it. I'm afraid of adding a third patch to my muscle memory until maybe until
Yeah,
maybe it actually comes out and there's something important in it or something, right? But all right, we're in
Adamo
this
getting
last room
nervous.
here.
Oh god. I can feel his
feelings.
nerves right now. Jeez. All right, and there it
There we
is.
go.
Adamo completing the flower quest. I gotta say, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to keep going strong like that after two failed attempts. So bravo and GG's from oh my god, who was the keyboard runner for that segment? It's off screen already. Who was it?
It was
My memory
shoot,
is
I
on
have it.
goldfish.
Cactus.
Cactus. It's Cactus, yes. Yeah, real clean segment from Cactus. I mean, like we said, he was playing like he was
We
just
love
doing.
Cactus.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, no, listen to the commentary back because we were hyping you up the whole time.
Yeah,
we were
we
very
hyped you up
impressed with the
pretty
fact that with that you just like looked like you weren't nervous at all about the flower.
No, I specifically said Cactus looked like he was just in debug mode doing like casual segment practice. Like, oh, well, you know, if this goes wrong, I just reload my save state and it's not a big deal. Like, whatever, I'm just practicing. Like that, it looked very relaxed and confident. Yeah, I mean, regardless of the time difference, this is the segment I've kind of been waiting for, honestly, is the Colosseums. Like, this is where a lot of time can be gained or lost in a 106 run.
Yep. Also, this is a little bit of a plug for the all skills races. But if you have been enjoying watching some of this Hollow Knight content and you do want to see some more race content, we do have the speed gaming tournament going on right now, with races like almost every day. So if you're looking to check that out, keep an eye on the speed gaming pages, because there have been some fantastic races already, and as these Swiss rounds push forward, we're going to be seeing closer and closer races as things go.
Yeah, am I allowed to drop a link to the schedule in chat? Is that allowed?
I'm guessing nobody will kill you.
There's a link to the schedule for that tournament if somebody would want
got
that.
muted.
What's up?
It came out as stars.
Oh.
But yeah, we'll get a link in chat. But
Weird. Yeah, links are off, it seems. Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah. Big rip. Yeah, if
There
you
you
guys
go.
go to ****, there you go. Okay, Slorin, there, thank you. Yeah, guys, you just go to your web browser, type in ****, and get the schedule for the Hollow Knight race. You paid a lot of money for that domain, so. Yeah, Locus, you're in the tournament, right? Are you doing 1-2-2-1 or current patch for that?
1-2-2-1.
Nice. How did you do your first race yet? No, you're on Thursday.
I'm tomorrow, yeah.
Gosh,
So we'll see how things go there.
that'll be exciting. Yeah, tomorrow it looks like we have Axe and yeah, a bunch of good runners, but looks like both of our runners are ready here.
Yep. So GG to Edimo, finishing off that that section there. I'm just gonna get set up with Emre, and we'll be getting into Kalos here, which is exciting.
Yeah, this is like I said, this is the section of the run I've been waiting all day for. It's gonna be really fun, hopefully.
Very excited for this. So we're going to be seeing in this section all three of the Kalos, Pure Nail, and then I think we're making our way back to King Station Bench, and that'll be the segment. So we're at 11 of 12, so we're almost there.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, and you've been calming a lot today, Locus. I hope you're taking care of your voice and staying hydrated.
Oh, listen, I'm enjoying. I mean, I would have been watching it anyway, and I'm very happy with this. It's been a blast. All right, and controller just made the craziest comeback. They're up 2 hours,
2 hour.
17 minutes and 39 seconds. Congrats to controller. It's
So
gonna be
it
hard
just
to come
occurred
back
to
from
me
this one.
that when we were telling Blue to mute, I don't think he was being picked up on stream, only in our Discord call.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, so for those who were wondering why we were telling Blue to mute in our Discord call, we could hear his voice coming over the mic like he was having a conversation with somebody in his house. So definitely didn't want that going over the air.
All right, we're getting started here with the Kalos. So buckle in. This is gonna be a show. I think
hyped.
both of these runners are fantastic at combat. So we're in for a real treat getting to watch both of them doing Kalos.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you just notice the message on the bottom of the broadcast?
Oh no, I didn't even see it. Oh boy. All right. If like while we kind of watch them blast through Kalo here, if you kill Mila or if you save Mila but you kill the nailsmith, like how can you be morally consistent? Like that's
yeah, I was
awful.
gonna say that's not morally consistent. You can't do both.
Yeah. Like I kill Mila and I save the
Axe?
nailsmith, but
What is it? Axe turning.
all of his sound
I
up.
don't- Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I think he probably needs it for audio cues for things opening up.
That makes sense. Yeah, I know when I speedrun, I use a lot of like audio and music cues for some of my things. But
Yeah, I'm guessing what happens is he turns off the music and stuff for stream so he can play his own music when he's doing any percent.
makes sense.
And audio cues are less important. But
my only real experience with Kalo 1 is I run Zote percent. I don't know if you're familiar with Zote percent, but it's a really fun meme category. and Emre making a real quick work of the first section of Kalo. Yes, you can definitely. Emre, she knows what she's doing. You can really tell here.
yeah. Yeah. Axe not too far behind.
No, not at all.
A small difference because of, did hit the spikes there.
Yeah, and that's the other thing to note, that in 106 the Kalos are done overcharmed too, which is, a lot easier to die, very dangerous, and there are no checkpoints in the Colosseums here. If you die, no matter where you are, you're going back to the beginning. So, again, we talked about the time loss for team controller in last segment, but any death here could really, really close the gap, just like that.
If you die in the game, you die in real life.
Oh yeah. It's like the Matrix.
Sorry. Yeah, with that quote. Yeah, I think in 112 we do them overcharmed as well, at least the first one, and then we pick up the charm notch from the first one,
Gotcha.
and then we're no longer overcharmed.
Cool. There.
So Emre making it out of Kalo pretty dang quick.
Yeah, both runners real close there. And that's Kalo 1.
All right, Kalo 2 getting started. Yeah, Axe just trailing.
Yeah, just barely. And I think Axe started like a second after Emre for this segment in real time, so they're probably incredibly even right now.
Mm-hmm. I love the use of nail art in Kalo.
I was
it's
just gonna
like-
say that.
Yeah, just like some of the getting the reverse hits of Great Slash looks really, really cool, and just I feel like this is one of the only places where we use it just for the initial burst of damage compared to using Quick Slash or something to get consistent damage.
Right, yeah. It's okay. Looked like maybe a small miscue from Emre there, but very, very quickly cleaned up.
Yeah, at some of these points with a little bit more RNG where the things just kind of wander around and fly.
Right.
Probably a little bit more room for error there. But very cleanly through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me how both of these runners, like, they have every single enemy spawn memorized, and they know exactly where they need to be, how much soul they need to use, etc. And it's incredible to me. I think Emre missed that great slash. Okay, there it is.
Great Hopper not playing nice.
Yeah.
That's such a clean kill. Great slash
my
nail, D-Dark
gosh.
nail.
My gosh.
All right, so is this a... Oh, yeah, it's a mimic.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
if I've
a
ever
mimic.
seen that grub be real. That one might just be set.
Yeah, I think that one's set. Yeah, that's always a mimic, I believe.
Okay.
Or at least if it can be real, I've never seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's a
love
real
the
grub
use
for
of
you
Nomads
once.
story. What's up?
Chat saying they've gotten it as grubs, so fairly low chance for real. Maybe it's always a mimic after you've rescued all grubs. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to delve into the code maybe at some point, but that's not a job for me. I'm not
That is neither
smart
here
enough to
nor there.
dig through it.
Okay. And it looks like they're perfectly
the
synced right
sync.
now. My gosh. Yeah. Axe having a bit of trouble here, taking 2 hits. He's gonna have to use a D-Dark there, yeah. Real
that was
nice
clean.
adaptation, yeah. And you can just tell how much practice and how many hours these runners have in this game, and how much work they put into adapt to seemingly anything that possibly goes wrong real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like this cycle. That is a cool strat. Oh man.
Yeah, this cyclone is really cool. I'm gonna simp a little bit for Axe here. I think it's ridiculous that he can be this consistent at like colos, while practicing for an all skills tournament, while running a 33:06 in the
My
race
God,
earlier
yeah.
this morning.
I gotta. Oh my god. I gotta be honest. I expect, going up against Fire, Homophody, and Axe, I expected good times. I did not expect 33:0x from anybody. That was nuts. Like,
Yeah.
Axe's consistency is just unbelievable.
Yeah, he is fantastic.
It's pretty wild. And it looks like he's actually made up the difference on Emre here. Not by a bunch. I mean, still very close, but this is like what I mean. If the entire run is a marathon, this feels like watching a sprint to me almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is pretty intense that they're like... I had trouble with Colo 2 in 112 doing that, like Overcharmed. And now they're doing Colo 3 Overcharmed. And wow. No fear whatsoever.
I remember the first time I beat Call of 3 in my casual playthrough. I felt like I was like the best gamer in the world and nobody could like touch me. And it's just funny to watch like experienced speedrunners make child's play out of it, more or less.
Yep. Yeah, definitely had a similar experience.
Yeah. Even in the Coliseums, we still hate frogs. Yeah, Axe getting really low on health here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look too stressed out about it, but
No.
that frog almost sniped him.
My lord.
Oh, and that nail swing too. He knew. Yeah, the frog was hit away.
Get 2 heals in here, it probably makes him feel a little bit better. Being overcharmed, that's 1 additional hit he can survive.
Should get another heal or so here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that on Curry Patch, where you just stand there and the golems don't hit you. Yeah, that's a good place to farm soul in 106.
top Garpede does hit you on the correct patch.
Yeah, okay, it does.
According
Gotcha,
to-
gotcha.
To Jamie. Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, the Garpede. I call Garpedes and Gomes both Gomes. I really need to stop doing that.
Both of our runners here on 3 HP,
Yeah.
getting into the Soul Twister section.
Ooh, oh no.
Yeah, with those things spawning below you, and then Soul Twisters, and like them teleporting around, I'm a little bit spooked for both of our runners here. But
I'm gonna get some heals in here real quick. Oh god. Okay.
Axe
Oh,
hit the spikes.
this is.
They're not playing nice.
I gotta be honest. This is all the hype I wanted. Like, this is
Oh,
everything I
so
wanted and more.
Baby Umus. Oh god, Axe.
Yeah, I
He
think
still only has
that's.
one hit.
Yeah, that's one of the few enemies that is exclusive to the Colosseums, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know their names even. I just call it, like you said, the little mini Umus.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called.
Okay. Axe is back up to 3 hits worth of health, 2 hits worth of health. Maybe I'll stop talking.
Moment you said. Oh, okay.
Emery on last.
I'm making
Okay.
heal up real nice here.
Yeah,
So
get.
this is a good section to get some soul and heal. Let the runners breathe a little.
Let us breathe a little.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh lord.
My heart can't take this, yeah. Alright, both runners up to, well, Axe 1 hit down, but Emre back to full health. She's got to feel a lot better about that. Oof.
I hated this aerial section casually.
Oh my god, it was the worst. I think I tried to just equip the Grimchild and just
Oh, yeah.
float around dodging forever, which
Oh,
now I
Axe
know
is-
is... Oh, Axe! Oh my god.
Okay. He can't heal.
No, he can't heal. And honest, at this point, I think a death right here could literally bring Team Controller back to dead even.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna be fine. Lands on the platform,
Yeah.
gets a couple heals out. Okay, this is
Oh.
basically reaction time
Oh,
test.
Emre's got 1 hit left. No!
The
Oh
frog.
my god. Oh.
Emery getting bench storage as well.
No,
It's the second time we've
no.
seen that today.
We
Johnny?
hate frogs here. Oh no.
I grab soul. Oh man, and I think this just really speaks to how hard this actually is. Like this is one of the hardest challenges in Hollow Knight over charm. So you're taking double damage, don't even have full masks, don't even have full charms. Like this is hard. And then they're doing
Yeah,
it as fast as they're doing it. Like
Yeah. Doing as fast or doing it over charm, like you said. Not even full, or yeah, it's brutal to say the least. An Axe here coming up to the final boss.
this is actually like strangely easier than most of the Colo, I feel like. You just
Yeah.
D-Dark on this beetle and he just explodes.
And there
And
it
then
is.
its
Axe.
owner's like, I don't have my beetle. Bye. Like
So like the actual beetle enemy in front, can you actually kill that before killing the beast?
yes. But then
Okay.
the beast just keeps hanging out, like
Gotcha.
from what I understand anyways. So you just kill the beetle instead because
Of course. Yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate for Emre. It's crushing, but we'll see what she does on this run. You know, sometimes honestly, like I found in marathon settings, that once I make a really big mistake, my nerves kind of go away because I'm like, okay, well, the thought of having like a perfect segment is already gone, so just shut my brain off and run. So I'm curious to see how Emre goes through this Coliseum now.
and we can see that like just with how many different scenarios there were that were close calls for both players, like it easily could have been the other way around, I feel like too.
Oh yeah, Axe was at 1 HP for a lot of that aerial section, which is incredibly scary.
So definitely, I think, speaks more to just how crazy this challenge is,
Yeah,
and
this is
why
a hard section.
they've sent some of their most elite runners for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know all the hype is on Emre, of course, but I think Axe now just heading to pick up Pure Nail, and then that'll be his segment.
We'll have to keep an eye on how he treats the nailsmith.
Yes.
We're watching.
Yes, our tournament organizer had some strong feelings to share with them beforehand.
I was simping for you earlier, Axe. Please don't ruin this for me. Don't make me eat my words.
We'll see what happens. I do know that Axe is a person that saves the grub, so he does have some kindness in his heart.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that. Although I was under the impression that I wasn't saving grubs in like my speedruns because I didn't want them to get eaten by grub fodder. So maybe I have to change my ways.
There you go. Oh! And Axe does it. I don't know if you caught that, but...
No, I caught it.
Oh no, you're just in disbelief. You're in shock.
What Axe? No. On the overlay.
With a dash slash. At least it wasn't with a spell. And I'm just hearing now our tournament organizers are going to add 35 minutes onto Team Keyboard for that.
Oh, an Axe in chat. Very proud of himself.
I bet he is. I bet he is.
Last time I was simping for you on commentary. And I'm commentating your all skills race tomorrow, so you better be ready for some biased commentary.
Yeah. I'll be looking forward to that then. Oh goodness. I'm having a little bit of trouble here, but this is a brutal section here. We don't get to land, we don't get to heal. And there's a lot of fairly tough enemies. Now we finally get to heal. And back to this section. Emre is not the first top highly experienced runner that I've seen die to this exact section before, so
it's just so like random.
so
Like it can go
random.
so well or so awful. Like they just hop around.
Yeah, and that's why that's why I often say Hollow Knight can be a very frustrating speed game for a lot of the RNG, but we all choose to live and die with it, so it is what it is.
Yep. And also, like, because of how frustrating it can be, it's also very satisfying when you get it right.
Oh my god, yeah, I mean... I may or may not have clips of me screaming literally for joy at various PBs throughout my career. It's a very, very rewarding game when things when you finally get the run and things go your way. It feels very nice. So one thing I learned like 2 days ago is that the iframes for D-Dark are different on this patch than current patch.
Yep, you get a little bit more on this patch for sure.
Yeah, I think they just changed it, so on current patch you can't just stand inside of an enemy's hitbox and chain D-Darks. You have to move out a little bit.
I think that's a pretty reasonable change.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of makes a lot of boss fights just completely free, so very understandable. Yeah, GG's to Emre finishing out the Kalos. Definitely a very tall order in a marathon setting, especially. And we'll have to keep our eye out on what Emre does with the Nailsmith. Do you know who Leth is, who voices Nailsmith, as well as a bunch of other characters in this game?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know him. Like, he's been in my chat a few times, and he told me. And I was just curious, so I went to his Twitch and checked out his stream, and I heard him talking, and I'm like, I can't unhear it now. Like, I can't unhear. Like, he does Nailsmith, he does Markoth. Or does it I think it's Markoth, yeah. I forget who else, but... Oh, he does Lem. He does Lem, everybody's favorite.
Oh yeah.
Classic Helma Delka.
Oh my goodness, Emre's gonna kill him too. I'm sure Emre's gonna kill him.
Is Emre gonna murder the nailsmith in cold blood? Oh no.
I just yeah. Take it away. You go for it. I'll emotionally steel myself.
Yeah.
You
Well, we
go
have
for it.
Emre. I'll try and hype this up. And we have Emre here dashing through city. Heading over to the nailsmith here is going to give us the Pier Nail, which is the final nail upgrade in this game, allowing us to do a ton of damage with our nail. See dashing through this room in city over by the rafters. The elevator is out of the way, not getting hit by it. Very great awareness by Emre here. We're going to see Emre here climb up the wall, going for the C-dash over to nailsmith. And we're going to have to keep a close eye to see if Emre is a cold-blooded murderer or not. C-dashing all the way over to the Nailmaster's hut, who would do nothing but kindness in his heart. Gonna pay him however much geo it is. Oh, it's 4,000. Okay. Man, people in chat have some really strong feelings about this. Somebody also asked me to do my NPR voice. I don't have it warmed up. I'm sorry. And we're gonna see now. Oh, with the Shade Soul. You really, really do hate to see it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can hear Locust crying, shedding tears. Blue is crying. Oh no. Emre apologizing.
Can we demod Emre and time her out?
Oh,
At the very least. The very least.
Oh, okay. With the Shade Soul.
The second axe to you raid today. Thanks, buddy. It's as far as I'm going. I'm not. I'll say thanks and we'll leave it there.
Oh, Emre is. She wants to clarify. She's apologizing for the Kahlo death, not the murder of the nailsmith. Oh goodness. Oh gosh. So what
All right,
I
next
find
segment.
Go on. I was gonna say with the axe raids, I find it funny that there are just 50 people in his stream watching, and not here. I don't know.
Yeah.
But... Oh goodness.
Oh man, yeah. Even the second time you went through frogs, they were rough.
Well, those frogs were brutal.
Yeah, but moving on, we don't have to think too much more about what just happened on either side of that race. We have White Palace, which is exciting. We got visuals and Doveless here for White Palace to the end. I am so excited for this, actually.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I watching the true ending race earlier today. Viz had a really, really crazy White Palace, so definitely not a stranger to the movement and a lot of the techniques involved to get through here quickly. Doveless, admittedly, a runner I'm not too familiar with, so I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest. But you know, if Team Keyboard trusted him to be the anchor, he's got to have something up his sleeve here to compete with Viz.
All right, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm like buzzing. Actually, I'm like really excited for this. This is just such a cool segment.
But we also do have, we were saying earlier, we have the Abyss Climb, we have Voidheart and NKG. Those are really fun sections, and I'm excited to see how they go.
Yeah. Oh, looks like racers are off.
They're going.
And yeah, this is exciting. We're gonna get right into White Palace. They've already got Awoken Dream Nail from segment 10. And off we go.
Yeah, so I do know I don't think Viz goes for King's Mold skip here, which is, to my knowledge, it's a trick where you pogo, essentially for whatever reason, the clouds at the far right side of this room have spike hitboxes that you can pogo off of, and that allows us to skip certain sections of this room. I don't think Viz goes for it, though. We'll see if Doveless does.
Seems like kind of one of those tricks, like like Pogax, where if you hit it, it's awesome, but if you miss it, you're losing a good amount of time.
Right. I think optimally it's about 3 seconds. And yeah, Doublet's not going for it. Neither is Viz. Just going to kill the King's Mold. Yeah.
That was clean.
I always love seeing speedrunners do White Palace because especially for casual players, it's a segment that gives most casual casual players, I would say, a very, very difficult time, especially if they decide to do Path of Pain. Seeing speedrunners absolutely demolish this section of the run is always entertaining for me.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting. I've been around in the community for a little bit, and I haven't really done much White Palace. Because I learned any percent first. And I remember doing White Palace for one of my like first times on stream and just having all the speedrunners watching and being like,
Oh,
hey,
no.
like DLC content, like you don't have to do that room. There's a shortcut over here. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like how do you guys know all this?
Yeah.
I guess it's because of all the work they put into it. It's pretty
I will
impressive.
definitely say when other people that I know are good like other top speedrunners in the community are in my stream, I get like real nervous because it's like I don't want them to think I'm a scrub, you know. Like I want to like show off a little bit. And Douglas had a little bit of trouble climbing the spikes there. Viz caught up pretty heftily, has a bit of a lead now. I didn't see specifically what happened, but Douglas taking another fall there. Another fall. Oh no, Douglas might be in some trouble here, especially Overcharmed.
I was gonna say, like, is this the start of a comeback? But I mean, 13 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Viz is obviously a god gamer, but it would take catastrophic error on Douglas's part to allow Viz to come back here. You could definitely say Team Keyboard set him up for success.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of cycles involved in White Palace. It's really impressive just to see how just how intimately Viz understands these cycles. He knows where everything's going to be before it ever gets on screen, and he's absolutely ready for each of it.
That's a fairly precise skip that Viz just failed there. Okay, he gets on a second try. That's fairly precise. To skip over the top of that saw there, so no shame in taking a hit there at all. And Douglas coming up with that same skip, gets it first try. Really nice execution. Man, I wish I would have known about that C-dash in my casual playthrough. Would have saved me a lot. Would have saved me like 30 minutes in that room.
I think I got lost in that portion of my playthrough.
That does not surprise me at all. Gosh. Right, so now Douglas taking the big elevator up, and it's pretty impossible to not do mini hops on that elevator just because it looks very cool. I know I always do.
Very clean movement from Viz.
Viz looks like he's been here a billion times because he probably has, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
This is one of the shortcuts I definitely did not know about.
No. Same. Oh, Viz taking a hit to the spikes there. Not the worst place in the world to take damage, but
nope. Went for gate storage there.
I'm definitely guilty of that. Yeah, and as far as I understand too, all of the cycles in White Palace are consistent from the moment you enter the room. So that probably makes it a lot easier for speedrunners to just have a cycle in mind that they're trying to hit. And Viz now C-dashing through the last little section.
Douglas getting being given some issues with these saws.
Yeah.
That saw cycle itself seems
Oof.
rough.
Yeah, that saw is very quick moving. All right, there, and Douglas gets his movement down. And Viz picking up the King Soul there. Really, really clean White Palace and Viz, as we both probably expected.
Mm-hmm.
And Douglas, honestly, not too far behind. So now they head over to so now they head down to the Abyss and the birthplace and whatnot.
We gotta go pick up Abyss Shriek. We gotta go get the Lifeblood Charm. I think it's Lifeblood Core down here. And then Void Heart. And then we're on our way. Then it's just the last few bosses. And we're out.
So if Team Controller has any chance at getting back into this race, where do you think that could potentially happen?
NKG deaths?
Yeah, maybe.
Like I think a lot of it's going to be a stretch because obviously like these runners are very well practiced at this.
Right.
But I think if it was anywhere, it would be like a last phase Radiance death or like maybe second last phase because I don't know if you reasonably die during the climb.
Yeah.
Or NKG. But
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
tournament
just
or marathon
yeah,
nerves, anything could happen.
yeah. I'm not super holding out for it. I'm just really excited to see these people, these runners like blow through some
Absolutely.
bosses, honestly. Because I know both of
No
them are.
swag door from Blizz.
Yeah.
I've seen some runners do this swag door where they literally go like probably like
All the
5
way
or
to the
6
right.
yeah, like all the way to the right, and they just know the timing. It looks
Yeah.
very impressive. Saves 0 time, but it looks very, very impressive. And at the end of the day, speed running is far more about swag than it is about saving time.
And that's why I love Underplat.
There's so many good underplats in this, and obviously I know you're talking about the one true underplat.
There's
The
2
Crystal
good
Heart one.
Underplats, and that's it.
What are the two? Because I can think of 3. What are the 2 that you're thinking of?
The main one, the one in Sea Peaks, and
Yep,
then the
yep.
one in Dream Platforms.
Okay, yeah, the one in Queen's Gardens is not fun.
Nope, that one
Doublet
doesn't.
is gonna give us a. So look at that beautiful swag door timing.
That was
great.
fantastic.
God, if I were chosen to run this section, 99% of my practice probably would have been getting that swag door because it's worth it for the content.
Yeah.
All right, Viz picking up Abyss Streak here. Doublet's not too far behind here, getting Jonies here, or not Jonies. No, that's not Jonies. I'm dumb. The Lifeblood Core, excuse me. I'm a simple runner. I see a blue charm, I call it Jonies.
All right, Douglas just a little bit behind on getting Shriek here.
He's kept up pretty well.
Yep.
Keeping in mind that Viz is very, very familiar with this section. He's second place in this category. Obviously knows the run very, very well. Douglas is really, really not that far behind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and there is invisible control. That's actually unfortunately an invalidated run for Viz. The whole relay has to be thrown out now.
Wait, is that I feel like I've seen them do that on.
Yeah, it does.
Because you can't do anything with it, right?
Yeah, you can't do anything with it, so I don't think anybody. Yeah, like you can't go anywhere and you can't save any time, so I don't think so.
Relay was thrown out when we killed the nails when both people killed the nailsmith. Like
Relay was thrown out when we didn't do swag door, says Mathulu.
Yeah.
So I don't know the exact details, but I do know that this climb is slightly different than in what do you call it? In Viz taking an unfortunate fall there. It's slightly different than like in a category like all skills or whatnot. The platforms are slightly different than they are during all skills in this like flashback sequence, as well as there's no enemies obviously, so runners use a bit different strats.
Interesting.
Yeah. Douglas looking real sharp coming up through the abyss as well. Very nice movements.
Ooh, that was really clean.
Yeah. Oh, taking a hit there. So fun fact, you can't actually die in this sequence. Even if you hit the spikes like a billion times, you can't die. I've always thought that
I
was
actually
interesting.
didn't know that. I just assumed that your like heads up display was hidden.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, I only learned that like 2 days ago, so I'm not gonna sit here and flex like I knew that. um,
All right. So Viz on the way now. We are going to NKG, which is exciting. I think this is the most like going into this fight and having kind of like the cocoon like popping at the start and then the white
Oh,
text
yeah.
name, like one of the
Hype.
most anxiety inducing like starts to a boss fight. Like so cool.
Oh yeah, Team Cherry knew what they were doing. Definitely knew what they were doing. So from a technical point of view, I do know that in this fight, runners can skip one of oh my god, one of NKG's, I forgot his name. They can skip one of his balloon phases, if they're damaged. I don't know exactly the mechanics behind it, but I do know that with the right damage rotations, you can skip an entire phase of this fight. So definitely look for Viz to try and get that.
Yeah, apparently he's, or I might be mistaken on this, but apparently he's only got it once or twice, so I don't think it's very common. But
yeah, I think it involves really, really good use of flukes.
yeah, and probably
Another-
very lucky patterns as well, as far as when your damage happens.
Right. Probably kind of like scream skip for all skills THK, where if he gives you certain attacks, you can just completely kill him before he even does the last scream. Ooh, Viz taking another hit here.
I mean, the fight's already almost over. This is the third balloon. Like, really just blowing through this, even if he is taking a little bit of damage.
And there it is. Wow, Viz made incredibly quick work of that fight. We see Douglas here, only one hit of damage. 2 hits of damage. We gotta stop talking about runners' HP. every time we do, they get hit.
Also, those particle effects with NKG exploding, just kind of destroying the frame rate on Viz's stream.
Yeah. So I might be insane, but I'm pretty sure in the Pantheons, the background for NKG is even more red, like reddish, pinkish. And I genuinely have had difficulty seeing those fireballs sometimes. And no, I'm not colorblind. I just, I really think that like they blend into the background in a way that's hard to see.
Yeah, both runners just destroying that fight. That was very impressive.
No helicopter night from Viz. You hate to see it.
Listen, I've lost all hope in any of the runners to do anything that's
I know.
nice.
No swag. Well, I don't know. Douglas did swag door. We'll see if we get helicopter night out of him.
I can't I can't fault him for that. And yeah, Viz is not healing, not taking the bench.
I mean, they don't call him Viz. I'm not healing you wolves for nothing. Oh, and Douglas. I've never seen that skip before. What is that?
Is that with dash slash, or which one is that?
Might be with C dash. Not sure.
Rocket Knight. Oh yeah, that is a C dash. Okay.
Okay. I have never seen that. It's kind of cool. All right, Viz already at the self-stab phase. Yeah, I'm. All right, and there's that. Yeah, so I do know that going with the
heal.
Yeah, you don't need to heal. Sometimes runners will do scream skip just to farm a bit more soul. Oh, Douglas getting the Cyclone Slash chains on THK, a fairly precise trick, but it really does cut down the time. me see. This will be Viz's second time today having to beat up the Radiants. Something tells me this fight is not nearly as hype as True Ending with Flukes.
Something tells me it's more hype.
You think so?
I mean, looks
Oh,
like
and
we're
there's-
already at
there's
phase
yep,
2.
There's phase 2, and there's
There's
phase 3 coming right up. Guys. Oh, Doublet's missing Scream Skip on THK. He probably would have liked to farm a bit more soul going into here, but not a huge deal. Just dodging some Viz here.
He already knows he's done enough damage.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just hanging out up there.
He wasn't even trying to get more damage. Oh, taking a hit there. And Viz. And there's the end for Team Controller.
Is that sub 3?
Might be sub 3. I don't actually know how much time it
I
is from
don't
here
know.
till the end.
I think it's quite a bit. But still, like, fantastic
Oh.
run from everybody involved.
Absolutely.
This has been so much fun to have the opportunity to commentate. And it's been really cool seeing just all of these runners and just this game highlighted the way that it has been.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm first off, I'm proud to be part of the community. I'm proud the community was able to pull off an event like this, and especially showcase, a lot of speedrunning, which is something that, there's a ton of casual players of this game. Some of them might not even be that familiar at all with the speedrunning community, so really happy to showcase some of that. I often say that one thing that excites me is when I look at other speed games that are still figuring out, more optimal routes and better strats 10 plus years into their life. Hollow Knight, we're only 4 years old, so I'm excited to see what optimizations might be found in the future. But GG's to both runners here as Doublets comes to the end.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was great.
So
Sub
I think we
250.
Yeah, it's really good times from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, very much so.
And like, it got a little bit dicey towards the end, but we had a really close race for like 3/4 of the race. And I think as far as races go, and like especially when you're having this many runners like together, like that was really, really cool. It was great to
Yeah.
see.